Chat. What's good? Can you dig it? Weeb Cup night. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Tuesday so far, and I hope it's about to get a lot better. I'm put BTTV on your new PC and you're real confused sometimes. Well, at least I have the on-screen chat thing to tell you what's happening. It is indeed Wednesday in Aussieland, isn't it? Well, happy Wednesday to you and Noiskin. Everyone stoked for some good-ass Guilty Gear? Stoked for GG, but if you see Ghistus, you're gonna cry. It's okay. Man, I was gonna tell Noiskin, because I saw you go to fight him, because you're both Australian, and I was like, A, that's sick. B, I was gonna be like, Noiskin, please don't use Justice. Show a little compassion.
Get up to rock, get up to burn, stand with the pride, ever feel your desire.
Romantic.
Can Snake, thanks for the big follow. Look at that, new sub alert. Ooh.
Romantic.
And Junior Green. Boneless? I don't like that. Can I prescribe to come out so you can never FRC again? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to FRC the big Norveston and the big sub from Shay Moose. Is that coming in? Shay Moose, thank you so much for the big sub. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. We have many silly emotes for you, including my new bunny Banana. For those of you not in the know, I got a new bunny. Torchi and Banana are slowly learning to not hate each other, but it will take time. When are we posting stuff for the next beginner journey? Stick around until the end of this stream, if at all possible. That is what I'm going to talk about it. They should bring back Romantic. Dude, I always thought that was actually, like, the coolest thing. They never brought it back. There's another voice clip of him saying romantic. Let me see if I can find it. I forget where I put it. There's a one of him going romantic, which they use in the game. But then there's a one of him going, like, romantic. What's good, BoneDaddy? I saw you in the Sajam stream, and I was like, ah. A fellow intellectual. He says, why did it say romantic? Because it's a romantic cancel. A Roman cancel. Did you know gaming?
easy answers to swallow. Life is to gobble down the perfect killer. That truth is that you are the one making.
Anyway, let me see if I can find this. Okay, so I've got all the GG sound clips right here. Let me see. I think it was around here.
Destroyed.
Close.
Time up.
Close. That's also really loud. Hold on. Oh, I turned it too low. What?
Counter. Romantic.
Yeah, see? There's two different ones. I don't think he ever says the second one, but...
Romantic. Romantic.
Weird, right? It's just in the game files. There's another one in here that was cracking me up. I posted in my Discord a while ago.
Let's enjoy a great showtime.
That one's great. I don't know why that's not the round start.
Let's get ready to make some waves.
That one is also great. I don't think they use it. Nice. All right, let's get one more song in here, and then we'll call in the Big Ryan. How about that? What do we do? What do we do to kick off? Okay, you know what, everybody? That was Big Blast Sonic, right? We're all Big Blast Sonic stands here. We all think Big Blast Sonic is great. But let's get the real best song with the word Sonic in the title in here, right? Before we start the stream. Feels appropriate. What's good, Z-Man? Hope you're chilling, buddy. How was the Skullgirls tournament, dude? It was fun? Hell yeah. You made it third? Nice. Hey, let me know if you're doing third strike. I'd be super interested in helping out. We tried to circulate some interest before. Oh, I forgot to make a tweet. Let me do that real quick, everybody. Bam. I hate Twitter so much. I only use it for this exact reason. You want to see me play? I'm pretty bad, but sure. Give me 1 second for chat, sorry. Thanks BazookaBadger for the big follow, appreciate it. What's good, Gehenna? Play you in third strike? I'm down. All right. Let's do some of this in chat. You tell me if this is too loud or sounds about right. What do we think? You hear the Guilty Gear music? Is that a little too quiet, or is that sound about good? Sounds good? Okay. Everyone just scream and flail their hands if they think it's a little too loud or a little too quiet. And let me see. I think we're about ready here to call in Big Ryan. We can start getting started soon.
Romantic.
Ryan Hunter, are you with me? He's giving me the one finger. And he's getting up. This is very exciting, chat. We don't know when Ryan's gonna be here. It's a mystery. Also, thanks, oh my gosh darn it, for the big follow. What's good, Liquids? Hope you're doing good. Whoa, I just realized, Ryan, we have the same chair. That's very exciting.
Is it the autonomous chair?
It is indeed the autonomous chair, and it is also indeed a big subaroonie from BazookaBadger. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate you. All right, Ryan, you let me know when you're good to go live, when you're looking presentable and looking great.
I think we're getting there. Just making sure my stick is in arm's reach, making sure I got everything going. Why do my lights feel brighter than... Oh, my power went out.
Oh!
They're on full blast. Hold on. This is blind if I leave it like this. I was like, this is not what I'm used to.
Ryan is getting cooked, everybody.
Yeah, I'm literally like on the surface of the sun right now.
Sun would probably give you pretty good light. Commentary.
Probably. For about a nanosecond until you were gonna...
Picosecond.
Yeah. Okay, that is way more reasonable and still looks good. Okay.
Yep.
Let me get comfortable. I think we're good.
Woo! All right.
I should probably turn off Sajam's stream.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right, let me do one of these, and then let me do one of these. Hello, everybody. Hello, chat room. Hope everyone's doing great. As you can see, your commentators for tonight for this wonderful second iteration of our Guilty Gear Beginners-centric tournament is going to be me, Solobones, and Mr. Ryan Hunter, a man who needs no introduction. But would you like to say 2 or 3 words to the crowd as to who you are?
Who I am a longtime fighting game player. I've been playing for close to 20 years, not quite there yet, but I've been playing Guilty Gear for a majority of that. So just trying to help some new players as best I can.
Dope. And chat room, just as an audio test here, can you let me know if Ryan sounds good? Let me know if he's about at the level you expect. And while you're doing that, let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Bones. I've been hanging around Sajam's Discord for a while now. I love me some fighting games, love playing some fighting games. I played Accent Core in 500 BC, roughly, with Stickbug and a couple of those other older people. And then, like, seemingly everyone else in the world fell off when Plus R came out. And then got back on it when the rollback came around. I do have to post a link in FGC announcements. Thank you for the reminder.
And I need to retweet your tweet.
Nice. Okay. I've cranked up the Ryan meter. Ryan, can you say hello?
Hello, hello. This is my average speaking volume.
What do you think, chat? A little too loud? A little too loud now? Okay. Crank them down a little bit more. Ryan, what's your favorite color?
Green, of course. You don't notice I play green in every... Whatever the green palette is in every game. That's the color I use.
Okay.
The only game that I didn't use green, well, I used as much as I could, was Marvel 3, because some of the characters just didn't have green.
Wow, that's really
like
upsetting.
6. Yeah, it was very upsetting. That was a game, too, where, you know, color coordinating your team was, like, a big deal. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, it is a big deal. Also, it's a big deal to blend into Winter Wonderland, which is why everyone picked the white camo.
That's true, yeah, the white Magneto, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can just post this in the Discord real quick. Everyone knows. Hit it with the big going live with GG plus R. Beginner tournament tonight. All right. I think that's a lot of the housekeeping. Oh, let's do a little more housekeeping, Ryan, why don't we? So while I have you here, everybody, there's already a lot of people here. So first of all, thanks for watching. Appreciate all of you. I imagine we will get the very loud noise of Sajam rating us soon. But while you're here, great. So some housekeeping stuff. If you were in the bracket and you were removed, it was because we asked everybody to sort of RSVP by telling either me or Trin that you are active. If you found that you were suddenly removed for it, shoot me a DM. We'll definitely prioritize you for the next time. We just wanted to make sure that people were in the bracket. We're like 100% gonna be here tonight, and since I populated with the waitlist, which was a while ago, very easy to understand if you didn't have availability this weekend. So I asked everybody to RSVP, but if there are any hard feelings or anything like that, or if anybody accidentally got cheated by the bracket just not being updated, A, sorry. B, hit me up. We'll definitely make sure you get in for the next one. Okay? That's not fair to everybody. We're trying our best.
Also, I'll just throw out there. I started doing match review on my stream. I'm gonna start doing it once a week. I did it on Saturday. It's either gonna be Friday or Saturday. Could vary week to week, but you can basically submit plus R matches to me by redeeming channel points, and then I will review them. If you can't make the review stream itself, I will DM you through Twitch with your timestamp in the VOD. That way you can, watch and get feedback. I did 5 to 6 people on Saturday. If you enter one of these tournaments and you do not get on stream, there's an option in the forum. You can submit the form without redeeming the channel points, and I will, review your matches. So that way, if you sign up hoping to get some feedback and you don't make it on stream, you have another path to get some feedback.
Nice. Full service here, Ryan. You love to see it. And I did sit in on one of those feedback streams. It was a lot of fun. Definitely check them out, watch them. Even if you're not featured in them, I'm sure you can learn a lot. And you can learn a lot from the big Ghost Wolf. Dropping the big follow. Appreciate it. Also, Treble here asks in the chat, you had to fight a Slayer online. You're not happy about it. Can you please compensate me? You're going to have to file a claim for Slayer insurance. It's very common insurance claims nowadays.
I think you can reach out to Sajam directly for that, actually.
At Sajam, please help.
Bones, I do not see, I don't know if you know that, I do not see your game. Correctly.
That's because I'm not streaming it to you, Ryan. Frankly, I feel like you could bring a little more. No, I'm sorry. There, you should be able to see it now.
Yeah, it is better. Perfect.
Yep. We're chilling here in the lobby. We're waiting for our next round of players. I think Trinity is in our ear. Man, I just realized how professional it makes us sound, huh? Our bracket runners actually, like, in our ear, like we're at a real tournament. We can be like, Trinity, if you're listening.
Yeah.
I think we're all ready to get our first couple people in here, so whenever people want to get started, we should be pretty good. Oh, wow, that was fast. I just had to say the word.
Excellent.
Dope. Cool.
All right, I'm excited. Oh, so I guess one other thing we should mention, just while we have a minute here, the viewing experience for this tournament is, we kind of touched on this last time, we're going even a step further this time. The viewing experience for this tournament is going to be a little bit different than what you might be used to if you're used to watching other tournaments, other major events. Usually those events follow the winner's bracket, and they try to follow certain players, try to get storylines, that kind of thing. We are basically doing the exact opposite of that. Last time we streamed as many losers matches as we could, and then we streamed top 8. And the idea behind that is we want to get as many people, number one, that need help, and number two, by following the loser side, we're trying to catch people before they drop out of the bracket and try to not get the same people twice, because I want to try to help as many people as possible. So it worked pretty well, but of course top 8 is long, and so it was still the majority of the stream, and because of that we had some of the same people 2 to 3 times. So we're going a step further this week, and we're going to be showing top 4 only, and we're going to be showing losers all the way up until perfect. Then. Loser side match. Obviously, round 1, everyone is in winner still, so we're just going to do some round 1 matches, but yeah, just so you guys are aware, it's going to be a little bit different tonight. And again, the goal is we want to try to get as many unique people on, and we're going to try to diversify the characters so that even for you guys watching at home, you have a good chance of learning something, because hopefully your character gets featured at least. So that's the idea.
For sure. For those of you just joining from the big raid from Sajam, big thanks to Sajam, obviously, for A, letting us put this on in his name, and B, dropping the big host just now. But if you're just getting here, TLDRs for tonight, we're going to be largely following loser's bracket for the entirety of this tournament to try to get as many players who need help as possible for Ryan to give him it. Ryan will do replay analysis for people on his channel. If you tune into his Twitch, give me the details again, Ryan, if they redeem channel points and also shoot you a DM.
Yeah, so you can redeem channel points and then fill out the form, and the form will let you submit the matches. Or if you enter one of these tournaments and you don't get on stream, there's an option in the form. You don't have to redeem the channel points. You can just submit the form and you're good to go.
Good. So Ryan can hit you up if you're not on stream. We are going to try to see as many people as possible, but obviously we do have to go to bed at some point. And also, we're going to be streaming top 4 tonight, not all of top 8. Again, in the interest of trying to get as many unique players on stream as possible. With all that being said, I think we are ready to get started, if you can believe it or not. And we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to switch to spectator mode here in this wonderful Guilty Gear game. And also thank the big Ronnie Sunshine for the subscription. Thanks, Ronnie. Appreciate you. You're hella nice. Uh-oh. Hold up. What button is spectate? I thought it was start.
Romantic.
I couldn't tell you. I've never spectated. Ever.
Alright, hold up. Minor difficulties.
It says start. Is it? There you go.
I hit enter. So whatever that means.
Romantic.
Cool. So I think we're ready here for whenever our players are good. They can go ahead and get started. The first matchup tonight is going to be BoneDaddy. You know, there is a little bit of collusion going on here. We are getting anybody with bones in their names in. And Doky.
A.B.A.
Romantic.
Oh boy, A.B.A versus Chipp. Okay, interesting.
That may be a little bit of an explosive matchup. It may be the very definition of an explosive matchup.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. So Chipp, if you're not familiar, he's like the stereotypical pixie character, right? Insanely fast, insanely high mobility, but typically, for the most part, low damaging. He has some good starters in certain situations, but for the most part, very low damage. The thing is, A.B.A has this mechanic where she transforms, and if she gets knocked down 3 times, you can basically just get a free combo or an instant kill in some cases. So Chipp's low damage is kind of negated by that fact. So gonna have to be extra careful from the A.B.A side of this to really be careful in Muroha, which it looks like is doing. Oh, huge hit. Okay.
Yeah, and what you were saying earlier, where Chipp does have lower damage unless he gets the right starter. He certainly, though, does not have a weak knockdown game. A lot of his tools do cause knockdowns. JD, one of his biggest buttons, it is easily get a knockdown on somebody.
Exactly.
Good RC. Looks like he tried to do walk up command grab there. Maybe missed the input slightly, but it's not a big deal. It's okay. Still got a lot of life to play with.
Ooh.
Big whiff on the 6 stage. I wonder if that's supposed to be a Donzai.
Romantic.
Oh, she found him. Okay. So yeah, one thing I'm just remembering, I want to take some notes as we go here. One thing I just wrote down that maybe we'll talk about after the match a little more. From Du's side here with A.B.A, so 2H is a really good button in Muroha mode. Nice, okay, gets a transform. 2H is this button you're going to see her do a lot where she like kind of hits the keyblade down into the ground. It's 2 hits, that one right there, and it like ground bounces, really powerful move. He seems to be canceling into the overhead quite a lot, which can be good to try to catch somebody by surprise, but as you can see here, the reward on hit is very good. See that right there? So might want to look at that a little bit more. Oh, and there's the transform back. Small punish, though.
Yeah,
so
small punish.
Looking really good right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think, though, when you're fighting an A.B.A, there's a couple characters in this game that have very important resources, right? Like, for them, but also for you to keep an eye on. Her blood gauge is, like, more important than your super meter sometimes for you to keep an eye on. For when you know she's going to cough, because you do get a fat punish when she does cough. Look at her wrist gauge get cranked.
Yeah, but he is going to explode. Okay, good burst. Oh, not sure if that was intentional or not. That kind of looked accidental.
Yeah, maybe trying to get Rekka accidentally getting Beta Blade, possibly.
Yeah.
It's all right. BoneDaddy is going to go up here on the first one. Wait, am I crazy? Oops. I think I might have had the name switch. Chat, I'm super sorry if I did. BoneDaddy is the Chipp.
The Chipp, yeah.
BoneDaddy's the Chipp. Doky is the A.B.A. Okay.
So one thing I don't think I've seen at all. So I really like that BoneDaddy is using the invisibility, especially against a character who is somewhat immobile at the start of the match. You know, once A.B.A gets into Muroha, she's a little bit quicker, but I think that's something that often gets overlooked by a lot of Chipp players. They kind of forget that they have that tool at their disposal. So I like that he is using it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And we are going to need a Goku Moroha activation, and this is one of those tools that, vanilla compared to Plus R, they certainly did some work to it. It now does everything. Yeah,
pretty crazy, actually. Moroha was, like, not really used in vanilla.
For sure, and Gold Burst here going to have a ton of meter, and there you go. You get the strangest sound effect in all the fighting games, and Doky is going to be 1 round away from closing this out against BoneDaddy.
Yeah, and again, that was 2H into the overhead. And speaking of overheads...
My man is fishing with Rekkas.
Yeah. Okay, command grab. Yeah, see, if you back off from A.B.A, though, you do have to kind of stay in arm's length, because you do just let her blood pack for free if you just straight up run away like that. That's the only problem there. Ooh.
Yeah. For sure, and to speak kind of broadly, for those of you who maybe just aren't super familiar with A.B.A, the way she works is that she really wants to enter Moroha mode, which is when her ki turns into that goat-looking fella, and that's going to give her access to a lot of really powerful moves, and now you can see she's activating Goku Moroha, which is a stronger version, but when she's in this, you see that gauge on the bottom right goes down when she gets knocked down, and she can also spend a blood pack to enter this mode whenever she wants. So things to look out for.
Oh, there's 2H again. Oh, punish? Okay. Yeah, so this is something that, for newer players, it took me a long time to get used to myself, actually. Oh, wow, I forget she has that super.
I was just going to say, like, who remembered that?
Yeah, when Chipp bursts, he has a very unique burst whiff, or, you know, just burst animation, it's not even whiff, where he becomes, like, invisible on the way down. It is worth, at some point, just looking at that in training mode, because it is vulnerable. He is falling the same way that any other character falls. It's just that, you know, you can't see him. He's invisible. But if you catch him in the air, he immediately becomes visible. You just have to time it, since you can't really see where he is.
Yeah, for sure. Did you want to showcase something, Ryan?
Yeah. Let's look at a few things. All right, so the hardest part of this is always finding the characters. Yeah, I know where my character is, but... Okay. So,
we all know where our character is in Holy Order Soul. But those are the two.
Yeah, exactly. And Soul and Kai. All right.
But hold up, real quick, before you dive into this, BoneDaddy just said in the chat, "I'm so bad." You are not BoneDaddy. Shh, you're learning.
No, you're good. Yeah.
You're doing great.
All right. So first thing I would say from the Chipp perspective is, I wasn't seeing a lot of just like Chipp's really good ground normals. He can put up a decent fight on the ground, especially given like his normals in conjunction with his speed. So I would look at almost playing slightly more, not really, but slightly more like a traditional 2D fighter, like Street Fighter, where you're actually using your ground pokes a little bit, specifically with sweep. His sweep is unbelievably good. It's pretty fast for the range, has a lot of range, and it actually doesn't look like it, but let me see if I can pause it so you can see here. I'm gonna see if I can get the frame. There we go. So see this this frame here? This is a little more indicative of what this move is really all about. It is actually low invuln. It is a low that is low invuln. You can go over other sweeps, you know, other 2Ks, 2Ss, stuff like that. So this poke is just really good, very solid. And this can also kind of get your feet wet with some really basic Oki. I actually showed this during the last tournament. It's a slightly advanced thing, but it is very doable. You just have to practice it. It's really not hard once you understand how to do it. And the reason that his sweep is so good is because every time you get a sweep, you basically get almost like a 50-50. So you basically just sweep them, and then you do a running jump. And when you're over their head, you do this. And what I'm doing here, he's got this jump 2K move. And if you hold down back, you can actually do the move and then cancel it into a faultless. So I'm holding back, down back, and then I'm hitting kick, and then I'm like 1 to 2 to 3 frames later, I'm hitting any other button. So I just kind of use my hand and I go like this, right? Kick punch, and you want to hold kick. And what happens is you get the momentum canceling effect of this. See how this cancels my forward momentum? But you're not committed to the move. So you can just hit jump H after. So you can create these really ambiguous jumps off of any sweep, basically. You know, which side is this going to be? So really simple mix-up that you can employ. And, you know, just you can start with really simple strings like just multiple 2Ks into 2D. You don't have to get really fancy with his pressure. So I would take a look at that. And from the A.B.A side, I would say mostly I liked what I saw. I would just say you might want to be careful. It seemed like you were autopiloting 2K into the overhead a little bit too much. 2K is an amazing button on its own. It's plus on block. We talked about that last time. I think it's like +1 or something like that. I forget already. It's only 2 weeks ago, but I forgot. But yeah, I would, canceling it into the overhead every now and then is certainly, good. It catches a lot of people. But just 2K by itself, just letting it go is just super, super strong. So,
out of curiosity, Ryan, will two Chipps doing 2D whiff on each other?
Let's find out. That's a good question.
This is very important.
There's probably a range that they would. I would think if they're really close to each other. Actually, it might not even matter the range. Let's see. Interesting question. Yeah, see, I think if you're too close, it'll hit high enough, but maybe from like here. No, they hit each other. Because the thing is, it hits high enough that it goes over the low and vuln. Wow. Because he's like raising himself off the ground. Yeah, he goes a little bit higher. Wow,
it's low and vol asterisk sweep or chip sweep also good.
yeah.
All right, and we're gonna be getting into our next match here in just a little bit. People are joining the lobby, and it looks like our next match, Ryan, is gonna be Pot versus Soul, a classic matchup.
That is a classic matchup. Well, if we have another second, I guess we could just keep going. I should have. I just remembered what I did last time. I had to. Oh, it's MCNA. Okay, it looks like they're ready to go. Actually, I was just gonna say for the Chipp player, one other thing. To control the ground, Gamma Blade. Didn't really see using Gamma Blade. It's an awesome tool by itself. Just throw it out. It's like any other projectile. If they start jumping too much, rein it in. Stop using it because it is very vulnerable to getting air dashed over or jumped over. But if they're trying to fight you on the ground, Gamma Blade's great. So
yeah, 100%. That move is good. Yeah, and it's like, Chipp is one of those characters that I can definitely see being a bit overwhelming as you're just learning him, just because you open up his move list, and it's just like, what is all this? Like, he's got a very kind of eclectic sort of tools. But, yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, you don't have to get too fancy with it. Just in the mid-range, poking with far slash, 2/, and sweep will kind of get you off the ground, throwing Gamma Blade here and there. Romantic. And, yeah, that's enough to get you going, and just making use of the knockdowns with that it's called the FDC mix-up, faultless defend cancel mix-up off the jump 2K. Again, it's going to take a little bit of practice, a little weird, but once you get the feeling of it, you should be fine. It's like an advanced technique in the sense that it's tricky, but it's not super hard to execute once you understand how to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And the reason I was saying this is a classic matchup earlier is just because, a relatively common matchup, two very common characters, two characters people like a lot, and that is exactly what I was going to mention. One of the biggest things Soul has to be concerned of is a lot of Soul's more easy offense that he'd like to go for won't really work if Pot wants to backdash it. Backdashing to Pot Buster is such a huge threat, and also Pot Bustering after a Bandit Bringer. Romantic. A lot of things.
So I'm a little bit biased right now because MCNA obviously is a Sajam regular. He plays Sajam on his stream all the time, and I've already given him tons of advice and tons of help. And I'm like smiling ear to ear right now because the last thing that I told him like a few days ago, it was like over the weekend, was about safe jumps, and he's doing it perfectly after Pop Buster. So I'm thrilled right now.
Love to see it. Ryan crying tears of a happy teacher.
All right, but Torchi looking pretty good right now. He's got him in the corner. MCNA's gonna have to make something happen. Oh, the DP didn't respect it.
The DP, but that was actually a really good adjustment there from Torchi, like a quick micro adjustment. He did 5K after Bandit Bringer because after he got Pot Buster the first time, he's like, I'm not taking any chances. I'm pressing the fast button.
Yeah. So I'm really curious to see the other kind of major factor in this matchup, or it can be depending on if the Soul wants to put Potemkin to the test, is flicking Gunflame. And that's something that I've talked to MCNA about multiple times, and I'm curious to see. He hasn't really had any opportunities. Oh, good burst. Oh, no! I can't believe that whiffed, actually. I thought he was more than close enough. Oh! Okay, watch the RC. He didn't RC. That's going to hit, yep.
Does the extension? Oh my god, he died!
Very nice.
Man, we all have to remember that Aegis Reflector Super actually does very good damage.
Yeah, and Torchi was sitting on full meter too, so nice backdash Pop Buster. This is a great match so far. This is like a match I would expect to see, you know, towards the end of this bracket.
Romantic.
Torchi looking pretty good.
Wow,
Right,
on
MCNA.
hit? Okay.
Yeah, on hit, on block, whatever. Nice, and this is the safe jump I was talking about. Slight walk forward, super jump.
Oh my
He was a little
God.
early. Yeah, I could see he was a little early. Got to walk a little more than that. He like barely walked, but yeah, he has the right idea with that safe jump.
Ryan, you've created a monster.
That's the point, right? That's the goal.
Yeah, you can lead a pot player to water, but should you?
That's a good question. But yeah, this is a great match so far. Honestly, nothing really standing out so far. I'm trying to think right now of what I can even say that Torchi could improve on, but there's no glaring. It's not like he's not using any obvious tools or he's misusing tools. He's just, you know, it's just one of those play better kind of things, you know. We'll figure something out. Nice recognition in the 5K there on Wake Up. Perfect
He
flick.
flicked the gun flame. Ryan, you're in this guy's ear. You're
Yeah.
his football coach here. That was gonna be a
Right,
big
good
juicy
burst.
punish. Good burst.
Yeah. Although I will say, punishing. We talked about this a little bit actually on the last stream also about proration. Shouldn't start a punish with 5K like that. Nice backdash buster.
I cannot
all-
believe you just whiffed the button on Wake Up, went straight through the backdash, and died for it.
Yeah, this is all stuff that we've talked about too. So again, I'm just like, I can't believe it. I'm thrilled. The backdash on Soul's Wake Up beats basically anything. If he DPs, it'll actually make the DP whiff. So yeah, it's just all purpose basically, and you stay in buster range as you saw.
Torchi there kind of panicking, like barriered that and then jumped out, but could have gotten a big punish on that hammer fall to get out of the corner, but it's alright, got out of the corner. Now stuck in the blender. Oh man, he's just getting towed.
Yeah, I mean MCNA looking like he's about to win this tournament tonight. Honestly,
My man is looking clean. Oh, what a good whiff punish. Just believe.
that is tough, man. That is tough. MCNA played fantastic. He played so good that I'm struggling to even think of what I can recommend here for Torchi. Let me think about. Honestly, really nothing stood out. Surprisingly, let me look at some stuff here. So, I mean, it's tough too because as we saw, MCNA was flicking the gun flames that were flickable. So I think in this matchup, I guess the one thing I would say from Torchi's side is maybe he was being a little bit over aggressive. I'd really have to go back and watch the matches and try to cite like specific examples. But just I'm thinking back now, the general feel of the match, I feel like they were fighting each other more than I would expect for this matchup. I would expect Soul to be kind of really taking his time in this range and almost forcing the Potemkin to do something, either slide head or move forward or something. You really don't want to be going to Potemkin and just letting him, because Potemkin, that's his weakness, right? He has low mobility, so he needs to get close to you. So if you just go to him, you basically do the work for him. So now the hard part is from this kind of range, one of your instincts might be Gunflame. But as we saw, MCNA, any Gunflame that was easily flickable like that, he was going to flick. So you can test the Potemkin, but they're going to usually take that off the table pretty quick. So that's why I'm saying you almost have to just do less and just kind of sit here, poke with 5H, maybe even 6H, and just really take your time. Look for air dashes, and just really take your time. This is more, this is less Soul general and more Soul Potemkin specific. But I mean, the reason that I'm giving that kind of advice is because I didn't really see anything glaringly wrong with your Soul stuff. It was more, problems with the matchup. So maybe we'll see Torchi again later, and we can talk about some more Soul general stuff. But overall, I think he played pretty well. It's just MCNA is on a tear, man, and I've been training him specifically to beat Soul. So it's kind of bad luck at a draw there.
I do have one question for you that I'd love for you to showcase. Someone asked in the chat, and I
Yes.
think it's an interesting question. How do you beat Potemkin backdash into Potbuster? Can you possibly show how that works?
Yeah, so are you talking about like just in general or specifically like on Soul's Wake Up, for example?
I would say show it on Pot's Wake Up. I think that's like one of the most clear example of it.
On Pot's Wake Up, sure. Okay, so let's set the dummy to backdash. Actually, I can do this like this, right? Reversal type. Wake up. Reversal action. Dash back. So this will do that, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, so there's a couple of ideas that you want to be familiar with to beat this. It's basically you're basically doing a very simple option select. So the most simple would be to do a safe jump and then hit a button with a lot of active frames. Now I'm not a Soul player, so I don't know exactly what the right button is here. It's going to be something, you want something with a lot of active frames that's slightly delayed, so that if he backdashes, your button comes out and will hit the recovery of the backdash. So like their sweep was too fast, he was still backdashing. We have to recognize with Potemkin's backdash that it's very long and it only has like 3-frame recovery or something like that at the end. It's very, very little recovery. So you have to do something like this that's very active afterwards. And what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm hitting my jump S. Before I even land, I'm hitting the button that I want to hit. And if the jump S whiffs, then my button's going to come out when I land. Whereas if he doesn't backdash, it won't come out. So it's just basically like a free attempt. This is an option select that's been covered multiple times by Sajam, by myself. We can talk about that more maybe later. But you can also do this with, just on the ground. You can do stuff like this. But basically the idea is you just need to find some sequence that you can do that'll kind of time itself. There's really no, like that right there would have worked. There's no kind of single answer. The goal is just you want something, the more active frames it has, the better, because you're trying to time it so that it's meaty when he is coming out of the invincibility from his backdash. So that's basically the general idea.
Rad, cool. Well, one of our players just left. I assume he's going and getting himself like a chicken sandwich at Wendy's or something, whatever we're doing here in our land, if this is actually a local. But whenever he gets back, we'll go on to our next match. Someone says, how do you deal with Pot JD? Honestly, I don't know if you should. Especially if he does it after, like, Heavenly Potbuster or something, but Ryan may disagree with that.
Again, that's a little more character specific, although I can show you some generic answers, yeah. So let's do... How do you... Okay, so like something like this. So the universal answer is to jump into him, and then IB the JD in the air. And this is a little more advanced, obviously, but you asked the question, I'm giving you the answer. I don't know if I would necessarily suggest this to a beginner. I shouldn't have showed it like this. Let's just do this. So if you do this and you jump into it and IB, you will have advantage when you land. In fact, depending on how high you do it, you will recover before you even land. But if you do it really low, like that's a punish. So that's the universal answer. Now there are other answers depending on your character. Some moves you can get, I don't know if Soul has any, that'll clash like this. This is also a good answer if you can find something consistent that you feel comfortable with, because off of the clash, you're going to have advantage because you can cancel on the ground and he's in the air. So even though you can both cancel your clash, you're on the ground, you're going to have better options. He's stuck with the same crappy air options that he had before, So.
Yeah, for sure. Cool,
and if you have a DP like Soul, we'll just DP it. That'll
Well, thanks for the big science corner, Ryan. And I think that we're going to do one of these. We're going to go back to this, and it looks like we're ready for our next match. Whenever our players are good here, we can get on into it. Let's see what characters it is. I think it's Kyle and Millia. It is. Kyle, I actually said that because one of the players' names is Kyle. I stand by it. It's Kyle and Millia.
Kai and Millia. So this is... Traditionally, I actually don't know specifically in this game, but traditionally, this is the kind of matchup that Millia doesn't really want to fight. She doesn't really want to fight the middle of the road kind of well-rounded characters with DPs. Those are typically the characters that, or the archetype that these types of pixie characters struggle with, because they can somewhat keep up into neutral, like we're already seeing here. Kai's got good air buttons, you can move around. But he also has solid reversal options with the DP and, can just fight her, basically.
Yeah, and I think also that's something that comes into play is that Kai's damage off of random conversions tend to be overall pretty low compared to the rest of the cast. But Millia has so little health that, those aren't really little trades that you want to take.
Yeah, I mean, off the right hits, Kai does very reasonable damage. So yeah, I could easily see her losing 50% or more off of a good starter.
That was
and there
actually
you saw the DP alleviating the pressure there.
Yeah, the DP actually, even though they traded, that's so great for him because you deny the Giga Oki with the disc, and it makes Millia just have to be a little more patient the next time she knocks you down, which is not good. Uh-oh.
Exactly. Oh no. Man, I feel like last time we got so lucky we didn't have like any connection issues or anything, so I guess we're overdue, right?
Yeah, the Ghost of Christmas Past is coming in. I would say that was pretty even overall, so I would be, as long as our players are down with it, I would say just get back in, play the first round over from the top. If we get another disconnection issue, let's try to run it off stream, just because sometimes, so for those of you who are just getting into Plus R's lobbies are pretty great in general, especially now. They were really unstable at first. They're better now, but having other people in the lobby, you're increasing your risk of bad connection issues. So sometimes just limiting the amount of people you have in your lobby can help a lot. So we're just going to wait here for our good man Kyle to get on in. And then we'll run it from the top. If we get another DQ or another DC, though, we're going to ask him to run it off stream.
This is just an opportunity to see more Guilty Gear. That's all it is.
Heck yeah. Looking at the bright side, Ryan. On the downside, Ryan, someone said that you kind of look like Markiplier, so that's now something that you need to know deep in your heart.
Great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? He's a good-looking guy.
I mean, I've been called Justin Bieber, Harry Styles my entire life, so I'm kind of on the same wavelength.
Yeah, like there are worse things, right?
All right, get into it again. Kai, Millia. All the advice you said before still applies.
Oh yeah. All right, so and you can see again, this is what I was talking about. Kai, he's got good enough mobility to keep pace with her. He can. Some characters get overwhelmed, overrun by Millia, and she can just completely control the pace of the match. Kai's not going to let her do that. Kai is going to try to keep pace with her and, you know, force her to really work to get in.
Yeah, in Kai's toolkit, I think, for a lot of people getting into Guilty Gear, he can seem very strange because, like, oh, the cross-up Greed Sever. That's exactly one of the things I was talking about, where a lot of people have a perception that Kai is, like, an honest character who wants to play the mid-range. Kai has a lot of very sneaky tricks that he can pull out whenever he wants. One of the big ones is Greed Sever, and there, cross-up, it does hit high. He does have a lot of very tricky things that he can pull out. I don't know about full-screen Greed Sever, though. That's a bit greedy.
Yeah. But I mean, the other side of that, though, is it's kind of a good swing if you really just feel like swinging for the fences, because, again, it's Millia. How bad is the punish going to be? Granted, you really don't want to get knocked down by Millia if you don't have to, but just as far as the damage, sheer risk versus reward, if you take the knockdown out of the equation, it's really, the risk versus reward is crazy.
That was an excellent hair car there, made you avoid the TP got under, but something that I immediately noticed here is Millia's 2D is a very solid knockdown tool for her, and I did see he punished the Greed Sever a little bit ago. Maybe probably should have done 5S into 2D, just quickly gotten a knockdown mid-screen, because that's like you were just saying, that's Millia's most dangerous punishes. It's not really damage, and just like that.
Right. Yeah, it's not the immediate damage, it's the potential damage. That's the threat. It's the corner carry, the potential damage. So yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit after the match. I think I want to show some stuff with that.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, really close match. That was good stuff from both sides. Again, I like what I'm seeing overall.
Yeah, for sure.
Uh-oh. Okay.
No, we're in. It's all right. Hey, no jinxing, Ryan. Keep it down.
We're good, we're good, we're good.
Wow.
All right.
So little of that combo.
Yeah, so you can see Kai just controlling the ground with Far Slash, and she went in the air, he immediately DP'd. A little early, I think, on the Javelin, but it might not have been able to reach from that distance. He was pretty far.
Or TK Bad Moon. Oh my god, did that actually cross up?
Yeah, hard to tell. It has such a weird hitbox.
You know, that actually was not a TK Bad Moon, it's just a Bad Moon, but I feel I've never heard the word Bad Moon not used with the word TK in front of it.
Yeah. Yeah, technically not a TK, but, you know, close enough.
Just the name of the move, and just like that, JK is potentially in the last round here, doing an excellent job at keeping Kyle kind of at bay with his 5S and just Kai's very powerful mid-range pokes.
Oof. Get out of the hair card with jump H. Yeah, jump H is just like, I would imagine, very useful in this matchup. It's just controls a ton of space, just helps fight her in the air, which is one of the places that she can really overwhelm the opponent. All right, he's getting a lot of mileage out of these bad moons, although, of course, as I say that, he gets not only blocked, but actually, like, that was the perfect punish from JK. Oh, yeah, invuln all the way to the ground. All right.
That's important to say. For those of you who don't know, because they're called gold bursts and blue bursts, right? Gold bursts are when you do it in neutral, blue bursts are when you do it in hit stun or block stun, and they're called that because they're different colors. You can actually see it. Gold bursts are invul from when you do them all the way to the ground. Cannot punish it. So that was an important thing that happened at the end there.
All right, so let's talk about Millia.
Get into it.
All right, so this is actually going to be kind of similar to what we just talked about a few minutes ago with Chipp. These are characters that really, they're not hitting you necessarily hard with a single stray hit. They're making up their damage in potential damage. So they need to get a knockdown, and then it's the next hit that's really going to make you suffer, right? So I like that that they were using Bad Moon to try to get knockdowns. As we saw, you do have to be careful with that. It is useful, and it gives you a knockdown for a reason. The downside is that it is punishable on block. So you do want to be very careful with this. What I would say in general, I'm still backdashing. What I would say in general is that one of the biggest issues I saw with the Millia player there was, and I'm sorry, I forget who was who, but was that you weren't spending your meter. So we've talked about this also. We're gonna have a lot of recurring, very common, newer things that a lot of players have the same issue, and you need to have a couple of ways to spend your meter kind of going into your match. This is something that you can spend a few minutes in training mode, and it will immediately increase your win rate a lot just by having a few ways to spend your meter. I don't know that I'm trying to think. I don't know that we saw any meter spent from the Millia in any of those rounds. So let me give you some suggestions. I like having two ways in general. You can even start with just one if you want to really just take it slow. I would say the first easiest way is dead angle. Millia's dead angle is insane in this game, okay? So for those of you who don't know, dead angle, you probably know it by another name, alpha counter, V reversal, it goes by many names, but it's the defensive mechanic where you spend half your meter, and from block stun, you can basically do a reversal and it pushes them off you. Now, I say pushes it off you, but actually Millia's is pretty unique. Millia's is her close slash animation, and it actually launches. And if I block, this is insane. Okay, so first of all, even if you just hit them on the ground like this, you get to put a disc over them as they get up. You have to dash forward a little bit. I didn't dash there, but you get to do this, and then you get to mix them up. But if you hit them like in the air, or if you hit them counter hit, sometimes she can actually juggle off of this. I'm not going to attempt to show you this. Just take my word for it. It'll take too long, but it floats you so high, she can actually just dash forward in 5K and get a combo off it. It's ridiculous. So that would be the number one way I would say. If you don't know how to spend your meter, just dead angle, because it's absolutely ridiculous, because she's a character that relies on knockdowns and mix-ups. And from a defensive position, you can completely, most characters, they dead angle you, you fly across the screen, you go back to neutral. With Millia, you get put into a mix-up. She's a mix-up character. Why does this exist?
I think your inner ABGN is coming out.
Yeah, I mean, this is I really want to stress how strong this is, okay? This is like really strong. Okay, so that's number one. The other way, just super quick, I know we have our next players lined up, is I would say another really easy way to spend your meter is on the ground. If you're poking with like this kind of stuff, far/5H. So the thing is, there's a lot of ranges where you can hit 5H, but you can't get a knockdown because your sweep won't reach. And far/ does not chain into sweep. So you kind of have to do like far/5H, and then a lot of the time they get pushed away, right? So this is a little bit of a weakness, if you even want to call it that. It's just something with the character. It balances her out because her knockdowns are so strong. The way you get around this is, even though your sweep might not reach, her super, not that one, I don't know how to do it, this one, her super will reach. And this, oh, it didn't reach there. Her super also gives you a knockdown and lets you set up Oki. So this is a really easy way. You can just hit confirm. Not only do you get a knockdown at the least, depending on the distance from the corner and how they bounce, you can actually run up and get a combo off this as well. So just a really easy way to spend meter, and it's just so important. You don't want to be wasting your meter. So just something to look at.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. I think we are ready to get into our next match here.
Yeah, and I see some people in chat asking how to perform dead angle. I didn't mention that. Yeah, while you're blocking, you hit forward and any 2 buttons that are not dust. So I happen to use punch and kick. I know a lot of people use kick and slash. Whatever's comfortable for you.
Cool beans. All right, let's go back to the big Ryan cam here. Boom.
Yeah, and I see someone in chat also. I think the third hit of that super was whiffing mostly because of Kai. On other characters, you'll get the third hit, you get to juggle, but anyway, you can mess with that and train mode on your own.
Yeah, they put in Kai's hitbox as a joke. The developers were just like, it's April 1st, let's make Kai's hitbox.
Yeah. There's some stuff I wanted to talk about with Kai also, but we'll see if we can get another Kai player later. Maybe I'll talk about that stuff.
For sure.
I guess I'll just mention it while we have a second. I won't show it, but for the Kai player, good stuff overall. I would just say there were a couple opportunities. You got some knockdowns, and they were off of stray hits, where you couldn't really get like a charged stun edge for your meaty, for your Oki. If you're in a spot like that where you get a random knockdown, you don't have time to set up with a charged stun edge. 3H is a really good backup meaty. 3H is another insane move in this game. You can actually like safely meaty a lot of DPs in this game because it has so little recovery. It has 1 million active frames. It's plus. It's just a great move. It's easy to hit confirm if they get hit by it for some reason on wake up. Just an amazing move. So
yeah, for sure. And we're going to be getting Justice Slayers. So classic zoner, not zoner matchup coming up here. This matchup can be a bit tricky for Slayer. It's one of those things that, you know, if you look at the pros and cons of Slayer as a character, one of the big cons is can struggle with zoning, and Justice is zoning in its like purest form. So we'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, I actually this could be a struggle. I'm not really sure. I have to imagine this matchup is tough for Slayer.
Definitely
Dandy.
is.
Yeah, between Dandy and his normal dash, maybe he has enough mobility to get through the missiles. Although if he can just get in early like this and just ride the momentum, I'm sure it's fine.
Ooh, gets hit with a juicy bunker. Nothing. Oh, I wonder what he's waiting for. But something that's really important that he's already using, Ryan, that I wanted to call out is Slayer's 2D is fabulous for stuff like this. It is just one of the most degenerately, I want knockdown now, please, from half screen buttons. So any opening you see in a matchup like this, it's his way to weasel in. Tries to go for the full screen.
He went for it. Oh, interesting. Just going for Chipp. Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like that's way better. Nice air Michael sword.
Jump back Michael sword, gonna intercept the air approach. Slayer's air dash, not one of the best. Great clockwise heal to kind of get in. Bunker got countered. That's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, I'm sure the counter's pretty strong in this matchup.
Yeah, Slayer with a lot of like single hit big moves like that.
Yep.
Romantic.
Oof, that barely whiffed.
Yeah. Goes to the cross of overhead.
Nice
Is plus. Oh, too far from the big bang. I think he should have just done 2D, but it's all right. That is unfortunately the downside of the classic Batwave 2H. Is an excellent button, but if you do it twice like that, is very vulnerable to jump-ins.
Ooh. Really heads up there from Kami. That was a good attempt at fixing that combo because Justice was like really high on the jump 2H. I'm actually impressed that he knew to try that the way he just tried to fix it, which is after the jump 2H, you double jump immediately before you hit a button. That's pretty advanced combo routing, actually.
It is, but unfortunately, the FB teleport gonna take him out, and yeah, this matchup is going the one way it can go. It can go Slayer gets in and obliterates Justice, and that's just life. But oops, I'm not a spectator here. 1 second. Ja. Also, thanks Wolf Bath Salts for the big 3 months. Hope you're doing good, homie. But yeah, one of those matchups that he can very much struggle on. Slayer does have some tools. H Dandy is one of his best tools for getting past nukes just because it is so fast that the nuke won't detonate by the time Slayer clears the screen. And I can definitely see him using that, but can be tricky to navigate them still.
I would also imagine just Force Break Dandy, even without any of the follow-ups. I mean, I'm sure some of the follow-ups would be good too, but just using that just to get through the missiles if it comes down to that, I'm sure is actually very reasonable.
I don't want to say you're wrong, Ryan, but I think that Force Break Dandy's weird, and I don't think it has super invul on the feet. And low to the ground nukes will clip Slayer out of Force Break Dandy, especially because he's moving so slowly, and it can. I think he can get clipped, but we can look at it afterward.
Yeah, we'll look at it in training mode. I'm pretty sure he's full body invuln for Force Break Dandy. Oh yeah, we'll look at it. Right. He's trying to use sweep to advance. All right, he got in. Even the trade is good for him at that point. So
huge trade!
Oh, he tried that conversion again.
Try the conversion again, but gets the bunker. He so wants it. Good RC to keep himself safe there on the blocked bunker.
Ooh, he went for the 2D. He just needs any hit, so any trade is good for him here.
Wonderful, okay. The FB Dandy and a clockwise heal. If you do that fast enough, that is just full body invul, basically a DP.
All right, so a round up here for Kami.
Remind me, Ryan, I want to say something about Slayer's combo routes off of Bunker.
Sure.
Ooh, it's hard to block. Wonderful anti-air. Man, he's staying aware. That is going to be really challenging when you're fighting a zoner, is to be aware that they can jump too. And being ready to anti-air there was really wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, Slayer in this game compared to XxDreMisterxX has much better anti-airs, so... Oof. Okay, that's gonna hit. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, something else that when you compare it to XxDreMisterxX, significantly better. Even though it's worse in this game than it is in Accent Core, just because I guess the characters have more health in this game overall, just across the board. But yeah, I mean, dead on time as far as the invuln and stuff like that. The fact that it has an FRC point, it's just better than XxDreMisterxX. I think it's also like faster. I think it goes faster across the screen or something like that.
It is fast. It is a little bit of a misnomer, just because he has to travel pretty far if he's far away from you sometimes.
Right.
So, like, even though technically it's, like, super fast after the flash, it's not taking into account travel time, so doing it from, like, mid-screen can still, like, just not work sometimes. But
yeah, exactly.
Great burst, letting him keep the corner control, and then blocks his burst. That was wonderful. Try to do the 6H there, but Justice falls weird. It is so awkward to combo her after stuff like that.
Ooh, great punish. I mean, I like what Kami's doing overall. He recognizes once it gets into this kind of spot, he's not going too crazy. He's just trying to advance and block. So let's see how we haven't really seen him in this spot before, where he just really let her get set up.
I appreciate the bunker attempt. Maybe should have put some meter behind it just to make it not super punishable, but that was a smart bunker just because he had a feeling you would fish after that minus frame.
All right. So Space Hen up around now. It's 1-1 right now in games, right?
It is 1-1. This is Space Hen. If they win this, they're in.
Ooh, a little too far. Oh, that air sword. Been working out really well. A big hit. Okay. So I believe you can pick up off that. It looks like they're just a little too slow. Oh, he's trying to 2D. He's getting 5D.
Oh, so unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, good punish. Wow. Doing such a good job using the dead angles, keeping the Slayer pressure to a minimum.
Yep. Again, missing the 2D. That's rough.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, a little too high for the knockdown, but that was a good route choice overall.
Yeah, it was a good route choice, but Slayer's knockdowns can be kind of tricky in this game just because JD doesn't have the most hit stun compared to other moves in this game, so it often they'll tech out of it. This isn't good.
Yikes, yeah.
My man got exploded.
That's tough.
Before we dive into some feedback here, Rob has redeemed the big give my pet bunny Dolce a treat, so we're going to do that really fast while Ryan gets set up. All right, give me 1 second.
No problem.
All right, got my treat. Dolce, come on up. All right, I have to move my camera down. All right.
All right. So let me know when we're ready.
All right, let me move back over to you, Ryan. Sorry, very important, chat. You know how it is. Okay.
No, we all know what the priority is here. That's to be expected. All right, so first of all, that was a great match. From the Justice side, overall, like what you were doing, I would say the one thing I would maybe look at a little bit more is once the opponent gets into this kind of range, I wasn't seeing that much far slash. This is a great button. It's just great to like push them back out. You know, just to contest, because you can't really just stick to missiles from this range. You need something that's gonna push them back out. So I would just look at that, because also from this kind of range, you can just hit confirm this. It's pretty easy to hit confirm into sweep if you're in sweep range as well. So it's just something to look at there, but overall, great gameplay. From the Slayer side, let's just take a look at a couple of these things. Number one, just some quick things to cover. At one point, you got to hit with the overhead in the corner. This is a pretty important Slayer thing to know. First of all, actually, let me back up. Let's talk about this in the other order. 5K. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. We're going to talk about it again. This is like one of Slayer's best buttons. You got to make this your best friend. This button is just great. It combos into itself. Let me turn off the blocking. Combos into itself, especially on crouching. It's going to be pretty, pretty realistic to combo it into itself. You get the extra block stun, but even on standing, you can hit confirm a few of these into Mappa. So it's like a very simple confirm, but it's just a good button overall. However, the specific point I wanted to make is when you hit overhead, on crouching, which they should be if they got hit by the overhead, be careful because they're not always crouching. Sometimes people just get hit. But on crouching, this links into 5K. And on crouching, 5K combos into 6P. This is a chain. This is like one of the most common combo starters in the corner. So this is a really easy way to get meterless combos. You can pick up then with 2P, either 2P 2S or 2P 5P, etc., and you get a full combo off this. If you have meter, as you can see, this has an FRC point, so you can FRC it and get an even bigger combo with like 6H or 5H or whatever. I don't know the routes in this game, but so that's one thing to look at. The other thing, let's just take 2 seconds. What is it? Down, right? Let's just look at this super quick. So Force Break Dandy, not Big Bang. What is it? Okay. So I believe if you
Told you.
have to wait a lot. I mean, it is full body invuln, so I think it's just that it's so slow. Yeah, you have to really let it get all the way to you, is the thing. You can't really do it too early, or you run out of invuln. But yeah, if you wait long enough, you can sneak through. So yeah. I think also if you're close enough, if you do this into the fastest possible pile bunker, the invuln lasts until the first active frame. Mm-hmm. So even if you can't make it through, you should be able to do like this and hit her. Yeah, actually, this is a great answer now that I think about it more, because when you hit her, the missile goes away. So you won't even trade. You'll just hit her. I keep hitting H. You just have to do it fast as possible.
Yep. To make it a little easier, I think you can just do FB file bunker, more meter, but spending 50 meter to just say I really want to deal with zoning is still powerful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is actually a great answer, because the pile bunker goes so far. So even from this like mid-range, this should work. I guess not from that far, but yeah, something to look at. Yeah. Overall, though, good stuff.
Yeah,
good stuff.
The one thing I wanted to mention for Slayer, just because I've played a little bit of Slayer in my day, so he's the one character I'm slightly qualified to talk about, is that especially on characters like Justice. Justice is so weird to juggle as Slayer compared to a lot of the other casts. It's just the way she falls and her hitbox is just strange. So if you do stuff like land a pile bunker in the corner and you just want some quick damage and it's a character you're not super familiar with juggling, just doing like 5H into bunker, great. Like, that is so much damage, and it's not something you're going to easily drop. So, like, as Slayer, it can seem really tempting to go for the more complicated aerial juggles, but if it's not something you're, like, 150% on, like, just going for stuff like 5H bunker, not something to be underestimated whatsoever.
One other super quick thing, I know we're ready to go, super quick. In matches where you need a little more mobility like this, if you need to get over the missiles, don't forget that jump 2K, you can also use it almost like a, like a preferred jump in a way or something like that. You can kind of use it to maneuver a little bit. It's not great. Obviously, you're a little bit vulnerable, but if you just need to, stay in the air a little bit longer, keep that in mind. It does become useful in matchups like this or against Venom or those kind of characters.
Yeah, for sure. And next up, we're going to be getting a really fun matchup, I think. I think this is one that is just on paper, patented silly. And it looks like, let me just double check who it's going to be. It is going to be Pythmere and Legacy, going to be Testament versus Faust. There's going to be a lot of things on the screen that are not our characters.
Interesting. Yeah, this is going to be, zoning. Zoning, and then when somebody gets knocked down, ridiculous mix-ups. Potential for ridiculous mix-ups. So I've already expressed my disdain at Testament 6P plenty of times, so I'll try to refrain as much as possible, but yeah, what a ridiculous overhead.
Yeah, just muting your mouth, muting your mic and curse under your breath every time you see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Set play versus what is set play? Not wrong.
All right, so Legacy with Faust, Pythmere with Testament. Was that Meteors already, first item?
It was.
Right.
My man is
wasn't sure if I
blessed.
saw that right. I wasn't quite paying attention yet. Ooh, unfortunate.
That was
Nice,
a great
okay.
warrant. Yeah, that's a really
Yeah.
wonderful answer to that. A lot of the cast might not really have dope answers to that, but that's great.
Ooh,
Oh,
the curse.
this isn't
not
good.
Not only did it blow up the bomb bag, he also did get cursed.
Yeah, that was a really interesting interaction. He was cursed and poisoned. That was a great
Yeah.
burst. In general, if you're playing a fighting game with status ailments, if you have more than one burst.
That was such a good item super. First of all, it's just good, spend the meter before you die. He was like 1 pixel. He threw a donut and then used item super, got another donut, and obviously the other items protected him. So he built up like 10% health from the donuts and got himself off of chip range basically.
I'm glad you pointed that out because I was like, I guess I'm having a stroke. I thought he was just about to die.
Yeah, no, it was the donuts.
Oh.
Okay.
Lockdown on the
Great
corner.
corner control here from Pythmere, just not letting Legacy move. Okay, gets the hit. So I see Pythmere likes, I think it's jump H, is it? I'm actually not sure if it's jump S or jump H. We'll look at it after, I guess. But it's a good normal. I think most Testaments will tell you... Oh, there we go. I was just going to say, they just use jump D as I was starting to say it. Jump D is just like a fantastic button.
That did so much damage.
Yeah, it's like every meteor hit or something.
Yeah, it's like every meteor hit, and he did like 2 moves otherwise. So it was just a full...
why were they so concentrated? It was like a shotgun blast of meteors.
Eating his donuts. Oh, but he's still poisoned.
Nice. Backwards EXCBs. Very nice. All right.
Let's see. Legacy doing a fantastic job just keeping the beast on Faust, which can really make his life a little hard. He can't just like throw out just items and item supers in general like willy-nilly because beast can always just be directly behind you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Any character that can contest him like that so he can't just throw items for free, it's just annoying for him. He's got to wait until you do it and then let the beast go and then he gets to throw an item. It's just... we were talking about this with Fiestament on Friday. We had that Venom versus Testament event thing. And, the reward with EXE Beast, it knocks you down. It pulls you towards him and knocks you down. So it's just so bad to get hit by it in neutral.
Can anybody check Legacy's PC for what is... has he modded his game to get all these meteors? This is a little ridiculous.
Alright, so there's a powered up tree over there. Oh, and he teleported right into
Oh my god. Honey, who's home?
Alright, got the poison off though. Oh, now you're poisoned. They both have poison. That's right. This is a poison match.
Oh my god, items are up. I don't even know what he pulled. They
There's
all
a
went off
bomb?
screen.
No. Yeah, I thought it was a bomb.
I guess it was nothing. He just threw everything off screen. Nothing
Yeah.
appeared.
Okay, Mini Faust is, well,
He's coming.
he's maybe going to be a problem. Gravedigger maybe to go over?
VOD will be available afterwards, Dizzy. It's gonna be on my YouTube.
Oh, Mini Faust with the kill.
Dude, he ran so far. He didn't give up.
He refused to give up.
Good interception
Oh,
on the
there's that jump
bag.
D.
Yeah. Fantastic air to
Really
air.
strong. Yeah, really strong.
Yep, Mini Faust is here to stop the pressure. Gotta always remember that. Okay, that time he blocked it. The third hit hits low.
Oh, the net. Ooh, the burst whiffed, unfortunately. That was not the worst burst. It just didn't work out. Ooh. Looked like maybe Legacy wasn't sure how to... Or if anything needed to be done in that combo to account for the mini Robo-Ky that was about to hit. I think the combo would have still worked, but...
Man, you see there, the power of Faust's crouch, he was just so low that relatively low to the ground IED just did not hit him.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's trying, he's taking cover.
It's tough because you don't want to just sit there, right?
Yeah.
And just be a sitting duck. It's like in some cases it's almost better to just take the curse so you at least you can play again.
And I was just gonna say, you know what is a good option in those situations? FB door, and it worked out, he lands the overhead. Legacy is gonna tie it up.
Very nice. This is a good match. This is another pretty good quality match. I'm impressed, you know. All these people, you know, I don't know what their opinion of themselves is as you know, beginners, if they consider themselves beginners, but this is great. This is a good quality match.
Yeah, super good quality match. Also hilarious matchup. Genuinely think this is one of the funniest matchups in the game.
Yeah, I would imagine Testaments probably don't like this matchup that much, just because Faust doesn't have to go to you and has really good ways of clearing the nets.
Oh, there's the 6P. It doesn't need an overhead. Wow, gets a full loop. The wonderful. Oh, he actually gets punished because he tried to go for the last one. It's funny that you say Testament players might not like this matchup. It's like, okay, does anyone care what Testament players say? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't really care. But, you know, just saying, like, and that's not even to say that they might not even think that it's not good or something like that. It's just, you know, of all the characters they could fight, this is probably one of the characters that they don't really want to fight as much.
Her bomb is
Another
there.
Bomb. Okay. So we'll talk about that combo a little bit after. It looks like Legacy is maybe having a little bit of a problem with the B&B there.
They're running up trying to... Oh, that was a fantastic 2K there to clear the net. It hit so high above Faust's head. That was great.
I love the Force Break Curse. Just rounds almost over, start spending your meter, right?
Yeah. FB Curse is one of the most easy, just you whip it out, and if the other person doesn't immediately have a game plan for it, it's so hard. It's really can shut them down. Oh, the net actually messed him up.
Yeah.
My man swimming on in. Michael Phelpson trying to go under. Oh, that was a fantastic counter poke.
Oh, no, the wash band. Oh, could have had a combo. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I wonder if Pythmere needs to pay a little more attention to where his webs are. I feel like he's been messed up by them a couple times.
You know, I think we had the same idea because I literally just wrote on my note file on the other screen. One of the things I was going to recommend is tracking the nets better because we just saw twice in a row some opportunities that those could have been extended combos, and instead it was, you know, missed in knockdowns. So,
dude, is he making this happen? Is he making this happen? He's stunned! Oh my god, the meteors.
Just 6H, just do something. Okay. It looked like for a second he wasn't going to do anything.
What a comeback. Legacy just started to reach it. There was one point where he threw something. He's like, I hope that's a donut. It was a bomb, and he just backs up. That was so funny.
Okay, nice overhead. Okay, full combo. Okay.
Ooh. Okay. A lot of damage for Legacy early on here.
Pythmere.
Sorry, I meant a lot of damage on him. On his person.
Gotcha. The only reason I said that is just I know sometimes the names get reversed because of the way the lobby is, so I just want to make sure you have the names right. So I'm not looking at the stream right now, so.
Fair enough.
Watch out for Mini Faust. Oh!
That was
crazy. Testament extended his hurt box in like to do the combo and actually hit the Mini Faust, so the burst did not hit him. Blue burst cannot hit you if you're in hit stun.
Yeah, dude, that was insane. That was so... I was like, gonna be like, Ryan, what happened? Please help.
Yeah, that was weird. That's 2, right?
That was indeed gonna be 2 there for Pythmere. That was weird, and I mean, how else could that matchup go? I feel like there's
Yeah, exactly.
Pythmere dropping the big GGs.
Pythmere is a Twitch admin.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta be careful what we say, you know, I don't want to get channels taken down, you know?
Alright,
let's look at some
Please give Pythmere a lot of help, even though he won.
Yeah. So it's funny because I was actually going to say I thought that they played really well overall. There really wasn't too much to say, and I was actually going to say I'm kind of expecting we might see them later based on what we just saw. So I'm going to actually keep the advice to a minimum. I think what we touched on during the match, just tracking nets better, is really the main thing that I saw that was like a big area, a big potential area for improvement, because not only is it cool, also I think is part of why I'm partially biased. You know, it looks so cool when you hit them into a net and you have the awareness and you get an extended combo because of it. But it's also the difference again between getting an even better combo and getting a knockdown versus we saw in some cases it actually messed up a knockdown where a bad lands hit that would have knocked down, but they hit a net and then they were able to tech. So it is kind of important that you do track that so that you don't miss opportunities to get knockdowns. It's not even necessarily about doing a better combo, just making sure that you don't mess yourself up, you know, just as much. So overall though, good stuff. From the Faust side, let's look at just real quick a Faust B&B. Overall, I think he played great. I think your game plan was right on. You were using your pokes well. You were, you know, using 2K, getting a lot of hits like that. You know, I like that you were using item super here and there just to spend your meter. Don't forget about force break chop. Really good way to spend your meter. Really useful on defense. Let's just take a quick look at the B&B because the one thing that really concerned me the most was you looked a little lost. And I feel like you have the potential to do this combo because you did basically 80% of the combo. It was just really the end where you kept kind of dropping it, and you looked a little lost. So, you know, if you hit with this, why is this only hitting twice? You know, you hit with this. What I would recommend here is just jump K, jump D. Once you get them in the air like this. So if you want to throw in the 5K first, that's fine too. But just jump K, jump D. Man, this timing is weird. Like this. Very, very simple, to the point, reliable, consistent, and just get the knockdown. So it looked like you were doing like jump P, and then it was you were like, you know, missing it or dropping. So I would just do this. I believe you don't need to do the 5K. I don't know if there's certain circumstances you may want to for some reason. But yeah, you can see there, you can just go straight into jump K. So this is actually what I would recommend. And just get the knockdown, just the simplest way possible. You don't even have to get fancy with a double jump. In fact, if you do a double jump here and then try to do jump D, sometimes there's too many hits and it won't actually be a knockdown. They can tech right before they land. Sometimes they're too high. So if you just want the most consistent, this is what I would recommend. But yeah, overall, good stuff.
Yeah, that was fantastic overall. I totally have to agree there. The next match we're going to be getting here, Ryan, is definitely an interesting one. I'd love to hear your opinion on this, right? Because when I think about matchups, I think about them in like two major components, right? It's like, how does this match play out? And then like, what are like the RPG numerical mechanics that also exist in this match? Because we're getting Robo-Ky and Dizzy, right? And my immediate guttural instinct to that is please don't get hit by a missile. Like, that would be so bad for your entire life.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point. That was not one of the things when you said that matchup. That was not one of the first things that popped into my head, but it probably should have been because, I don't know, ironically or unironically, I'm not sure which it is. Dizzy has very low Dizzy rating, low stun, whatever you want to call it.
Easy to remember.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if that was intentional or what, but she gets stunned very easily.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would not be surprised if just counter hit missile into missile just straight up stuns her. So yeah, that's definitely something that we'll have to be on the lookout for. Robo-Ky gets a lot of just incidental. He has a lot of high stun moves, counter hit jump S, jump H, missiles. All these moves have relatively high, I would say higher than average probably, stun values. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that. Now on the other hand, I could see this matchup being tough for Robo-Ky to get started. Dizzy, you don't really want to let Dizzy get started zoning. She can kind of get out of control. Granted, some of that is a little advanced, kind of the patterns that you go through with the various projectiles. But even just simple stuff like contesting Robo-Ky's mat with the ice spike out of the ground can be very dangerous for Robo-Ky. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah,
I would say the other thing we always have to mention with a Robo-Ky match, as well as a Bridget match, is delayed wake up. Probably going to be his best tool in the entire matchup because one of Dizzy's biggest strengths is her mix-up potential, her Oki, and the delayed wake up is basically just going to diffuse that entire situation. So, or at least has the potential to. So.
Yeah, although, well, first off, thank you so much, Kamiez Lit, for the big sub to Rooney. Really appreciate you. Fellow Slayer player, you know, we're out here. We're fighting these justices. I know it's tough in these streets, so I appreciate you. But, on another point here, whenever our players are good, by the way, y'all can get started if you're listening. Get in there. But, yeah, it's interesting, right? Because delay wake up can definitely shut down a lot of the Dizzy Oki, but Fish doesn't go away easy. So I can imagine there are some Fish setups where he's still just chilling if you do delayed wake up.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, that's a great point, is that the Fish lasts long enough. I don't know. We'll have to see. I would imagine the Fish is probably still there when he wakes up, but even if you reduce the effectiveness of the mix-up, because the thing is with normal Fish Oki on a normal character, she gets multiple layers of mix-ups, 2, 3, 4 mix-ups in a row. So if you can even just reduce that down to 1 mix-up or 2 mix-ups, you're already way ahead of the game. And wow, she's already, I would be scared for stun already.
Yeah, I know.
Jump S into jump H.
Wow, such a good 2K because I went under the Fish too. 5D. Oh my god. Dude, I respect. Theirs is going so fast. I can't keep up.
Yeah, gotta watch out for the overheat a little bit. Okay, yeah, he relieves the heat. I like what I'm seeing so far from Robo-Ky here. Okay, oh, nice Oki. Okay. Yeah. This is great. Oh, she tried to do 2D for the knockdown, got 5D instead and got hit out of it. That's unfortunate.
That was almost the schnastiest schmix of all time when he switched sides there, but he unfortunately got thrown on wake up. Oh, missiles coming all over the place.
This is a great match already so far.
Wonderful 6P. How did he react to that? That was so fast.
Yeah. This is a great match so far already.
Yeah, for sure. We are definitely seeing... Oh, my goodness. You know, Robo-Ky does have a zoning kit, but you can also do whatever you want. He's got a lot of different things. So I do like him going in, not trying to, like, compete with the zoning ability of Dizzy.
Yeah, and this is actually what I was talking about that I was concerned with in the matchup. Oh, look at the FRC.
He got FRCs. It's a beginner's tournament. Let's go.
Is the concern of him just getting overwhelmed in the neutral at the beginning. Her, you know, the thing is, not only can she zone very well, she can transition from zoning to pressure very easily if you're, you know, if you get caught on the ground blocking a fish or, you know, stuff like that. So pretty dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, try to overextend there a little bit. Overall, is going for a lot of point-blank pressure, which is very spooky in a game like Guilty Gear. I thought he was going to combo off that.
All right, I'm starting to... My eyebrows are kind of raising a little bit. He just went for a fuzzy setup. The thing is, like, it's pretty simple to execute. So, you know, it's like, is this beginner or not? But, I mean, he didn't hit it, so, you know. But
yeah, he went for it.
I'm paying attention, though. Let's just say that.
Oh my god, got counter hit by a missile. Oh, another one's Dizzy!
Oh,
That's exactly what I was talking about. Such all the meter.
He looked so confused as to what to do. He just kind of stood there for a second, like, how low is she? Do I, you know, do I do a combo? What's guaranteed here? Does she have burst? But it's good to take a second and assess that when you get a stun, you know. If they're really low and you have the ability to do something burst safe, you should do something burst safe. So.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, exactly like I was saying in the beginning, it can happen. Anybody can get pegged by 2 missiles, and Dizzy was not even flashing when she got hit by the first one. The second one just instantly did the rest of the stun. Yeah,
counter hit missile is a lot of stun. A lot. Like, forget Dizzy, just any character. If you get hit with counter hit missile, there should be like sirens and bells going off in your brain to be very careful. Typically, I will just start running away. I won't even try to engage him because the risk versus reward on anything he does is basically infinite reward, because if he hits you with anything substantial, you're just going to get stunned. So his risk versus reward gets completely out of whack where his reward just goes through the roof.
Yeah, for sure. And, oh, what a gold burst!
Boy.
That is very dangerous.
Okay, overclock.
My man has
nice jump out.
He's ruined his warranty, but can he get something for it? Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage.
What a confirm. That was brilliant. Okay. Oh, and he's getting all the meter back. Yep.
And he gets thrown. Oh, again, wake up. Unfortunately, just a little bit too close. Maybe he should have stopped. Oh!
Counter hit. Oh, he went for it. He recognized the counter hit. Very nice. That's going to hit, yeah.
Missiles.
I just remembered I'm supposed to be trying to give them feedback. I mean, this is just like a good match.
Yeah,
this is just, you know, this is a fairly high level match. They're both playing well.
Oh man, and despite all that, he is gonna go down here. I feel like that was all Dr. E-Meister, I'm gonna say is what it is. Dr. E-Meister. And then unfortunately just kind of slipped away from him.
Fish pressure. Yeah, it gets tagged.
Unshin, punish.
I will say the Robo-Ky here is he's really not respecting the fish Oki. The very first time, or one of the first times, I would say in game one, maybe it wasn't the first, but he disrespected it with like grab, I believe it was, and actually did get a reversal grab and it worked out. But the Ephelle here immediately adapted and stopped getting into throw range, and it has not worked once since then. So maybe not giving the fish the respect it deserves, and he's really paying a price for it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, unfortunately,
like right there,
you
again.
have to respect the fish. It sucks. And nobody wants to, but
yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to. And it's the kind of thing where you really just you can't dead angle because your dead angle will hit the fish. Now, Robo-Ky's DP does have 2 hits, but I feel like there's probably still, I would have to look at it if the second hit will have enough invuln still to, you know, be useful in that situation to hit Dizzy before you just get hit out of your DP, because the first hit is just going to hit the fish.
Yeah.
So,
but I will say also a tool Robo-Ky has to think about is that, especially a lot of Dizzies like to put the fish on you and then go for IAD mix-ups. Robo-Ky has the privilege of having a Gatlingable 6P, so you can shoot the fish and then shoot Dizzy, which is definitely something to keep in mind.
yes. And so one thing, we got to go back to what we talked about before the match even started. The one thing we haven't seen him use, he's been using all the tools really well. Where's the delayed wake-ups? We have not seen them. So, you know, we're talking so much about having to respect the fish, but if you can just avoid the fish completely, you know, solve the problem before it starts, basically. Nice confirm. 5K 5H, the Dizzy classic.
Hit by the slide head.
Yeah. All right, force break to force pressure back. Oh, so we've seen the 6H. I have to imagine that those are throw attempts, but I don't know. It's pretty far, so maybe not. I'm talking about specifically from Dizzy here.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's a throw attempt, it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, if it is, obviously you want to be throw westing instead. But one thing is her 6H, unless it's changed in this game and I'm not aware, it's jump cancelable. So sometimes when you do get those air hits with 6H, you can actually get an air combo off it. It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely jump cancel. I've been hit by enough of the, what a punish on the burst.
Great punish, great punish.
Oh, explodes.
Yeah, a little too much there on the super. That super you can keep going as long as you want, but you are heating up as you go, so you have to stop at some point.
Yeah, and it can be a little, it's hard to tell sometimes if you are going to explode or not. Like, the gauge isn't super accurate. Like, it'll feel like sometimes you input the cancel and then you blow up anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the way the heat works in general is that it's like a dot. It like goes up over time.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's gonna stop on a dime when you stop. You know, it's still gonna go up a little bit.
That was such a good punish to Icicle. We're gonna go into the last round of this.
Yeah,
What is this? Frosty Fausting's Grand Finals? This is some crazy shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is again a pretty good match. I'm very pleased by both players. And there you see, can't disrespect the fish.
Yeah, you gotta have something that has like a license to disrespect. You gotta be able to like 5H FRC to immediately hit Dizzy or something. You can't just throw out with single hit normals.
All right, so much just happened in a short period of time. So my suspicion was confirmed. The 6Hs, I think, are throw attempts because he just got 6H like in Robo-Ky's face.
Dude, he yeeted him into the fish. Disrespectful.
Yeah. That was a fantastic match. That was fantastic. So really not that much to comment on. I'll just say a couple of words here. Let's look at where the heck is Dizzy. Here we go. Actually, let me make Dizzy second player. So first of all, again, I'm keeping my eye on this Dizzy player because after I mentioned it, I saw it a couple other times going for the fuzzy. So we'll have to see. But regardless, great play. The one thing I would say is when you go to throw, we've talked about this before. This is for anybody watching. This is like, I would give this advice to anyone on day one because it's so important to build a good habit. throw OS. I feel like we're going to wind up covering this every tournament, but I think it's that important. When you throw in this game, you have to hit forward or back and H. This is Dizzy's 6H. If you get the throw, it doesn't matter. Nothing, you know, you just get the throw and it's no problem. The problem is if they jump, you're going to get your button instead of the throw. So it's very important. You can hit another button when you hit H, specifically when you forward throw. If you hit another button when you back throw, you're going to get faultless, right? Another button and H. But when you forward throw, you can hit another button, and then if they jump, instead of getting 6H, which is an ugly button that you don't really want to get in that situation, you'll get a better button. So something like S, so that you get close slash, maybe hit them as they're going up, something like that. For a lot of characters, 6P. I think for Dizzy, actually, 6P is the right one. But regardless, you want to hit something. Anything is going to be better than 6H, basically. With that said, if you get 6H and it hits, yeah, it is still jump cancel in this game. So you can just jump cancel this into a combo. It's actually a good combo starter, to be honest. There are some situations where you would actually use this when the fish is out if they're trying to disrespect the fish, because it's a good combo starter. So that's all I'll say for the Dizzy. For the Robo-Ky, overall, I think you played really well. You know, at your level, there were no glaring mistakes. I think it was all good. And at this point, I think the stuff that you should work on is just, you know, improving certain things, optimizations. The overall game plan was definitely there. You were doing bazooka oki, you were using missiles, you know, you were using all the right tools. You were using horsey. So your general gameplay looked great. I would say there were some spots where you hit a horsey and your gut reaction was to go right into super. Again, that's a great starting point to get you off the ground. You want to be doing some kind of hit confirm. If you want to start looking into more advanced stuff, there are better confirms you could be doing as opposed to just straight super in a lot of those cases. In some cases, super is the best thing you can do. The other thing is, we didn't see any delayed wake up. Can't stress that enough, especially against Dizzy. I was expecting to see it almost every wake up. If I was, you know, Robo-Ky, I think I would delayed wake up basically every time until they start doing something that, you know, counters the delayed wake up essentially. So you might want to look into that and try to focus on working that into your game. It's not something that you want to do every wake up, but it is a important tool that is kind of essential to Robo-Ky to allow him, you know, he's a little bit weaker on defense. He's got a slower jump start up. Until he has meter, he doesn't really have a reversal. He's got slower buttons. So to kind of help him on defense, they gave him this tool to make it so that you don't get mixed up as hard. So you really do have to take advantage of it. Not something you want to do every time, but you have to do it sometimes.
Oh, and the Robo-Ky
good stuff, though.
The Robo-Ky player says that they go against so many Chipps and Haas's who OTG them that he can't do it. So he totally forgot he had it. That is definitely a... but yeah, it is... despite that, it is definitely a tool that you definitely have to remember that you have in some matchups. It is interesting in GG. Like, all fighting games have matchups, and it's super important. But Guilty Gear specifically has matchups where you can literally just go in and, like, depending on the character you're fighting, it's like, all right, these tools, not on, like, forget those. We're doing these tools. And it's like you can play totally differently depending on the character you're fighting. And it's something that takes, I think, a lot of getting used to.
Absolutely.
Cool. And we're gonna
that was a great match.
We're going to be getting into our next one here, which is going to be Justice Anji. We are going to get one repeat character here in the Justice, but I think this matchup will look pretty different. Anji is a very different character than Slayer in a lot of ways.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Anji, I feel like it's just a very popular character. I'm surprised. You know, back in the vanilla accent chord days, he was very underplayed. He was considered weak. There were not that many Anji players. I feel like now he's just all over the place. I feel like he's really popular. So maybe it's people excited about Strive, you know, looking to play Anji and Strive. I don't know if that's playing into it. That's part of it.
Maybe. But, I think also, I mean, he's better than he was in vanilla for sure. He got some new stuff.
Yeah. There's tons and tons of tools at his disposal for sure.
And there is the Fujin.
Very
again.
nice.
If you are watching this and you are a beginner, maybe don't know much about Anji, you have to know that he is a character who has the move Fujin. Everything else is tangential to know. But Fujin really defines him. It is basically a horizontal Shoryuken, right? It is like fully invul. It runs out of invul right before it hits, but it's a very powerful tool to get past certain things in neutral. Just like that.
So I would say the other really important thing to understand about Anji is he has what's called guard points, which are a set of moves. It's a lot of his normals actually have frames where he is considered guarding. A lot of them are, I think actually all of them. I don't think there's any that are full body unless I'm misremembering. There was one right there, actually. So they're either typically high or low auto guard, basically. And the thing is, his attack will continue as if he guarded your move, but he can also do these special moves only when he auto guards. They're a set of moves. They're called like auto guard moves. And so they're very powerful. They have some of them have invuln. He's got even an auto guard super that he can only do out of the auto guard. That's has a lot of invuln. So in a matchup like this where you're trying to zone,
that was an amazing jump up snatch.
yeah, you do have to be careful because he can catch you off guard in spots where you might think that he has to block, and he does, but he can block while attacking. So you gotta be careful of that.
Yeah, for sure. And I just want to say really quickly, someone asked, how do I enter these tournaments? We'll be talking about that actually at the end of this stream if you stick around till then. But generally, if you keep your eye on the tournament channel and Sajam's Discord, you post information there.
Nice, very nice air-to-air. So that's one area where Anji is very strong. Justice's air buttons are pretty good, but Anji is just, his air buttons are crazy. Jump D, the umbrella, has invuln. It's like very weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
Partial
it's like disorienting fighting him because on the ground he's got all these great auto guard buttons, and you're like, cool, I'll take to the skies, and it's like, no, he'll beat you up there.
No, exactly. Yeah, he's happy about that. He does not mind that. Also his anti-airs are very, very good. 5P is fantastic, and auto guards are good anti-airs as well. Oh wow, he thought he was beyond the missile, but it was still lurking back there.
Beyond the Missile is also a good band name. Wow, I can't believe Michael Sword hit in the back there.
Beyond the Missile, yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, that was actually...
Oh, that is punishable.
It was a good idea. I respect it, but...
So it's not quite heavenly. Oh, nice anti-air, but no conversion. It's not quite heavenly. It actually has a full recovery until he lands, so can't quite use it like that, I don't think, but the idea was okay. I don't hate the idea, but I'm not sure that it works.
If he happened to catch it when he was shooting another nuke, it would have been great.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe.
And our Justice player here, CheapDeath, is doing a great job at just abusing Justice's jump back into Michael Sword normals. So powerful as an air-to-air option. Like, even Anji, which Ryan was just saying has one of the most powerful air-to-air buttons in the game, like, can't really compete with that. That is just, there's a lot of red, and it's really far away from Justice.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like, if you're trying to fight Anji in the air, like, honestly, I'm going to use as a very loose term, where, you just have, like, standard kind of, punches and kicks and stuff, it's going to be tough. But the way you can contest him in the air is if you can outrange him. Then you have a very good method of doing that, and Justice can definitely do that.
I feel like Ghistus got so lucky there. He happened to get ping-ponged around with, like, one hit of every nuke and then one out of the scramble.
Oh, nice. Okay. Orb gets the knockdown there.
Ashes out.
6P. Interesting choice. Wow. Whoa, how did that not hit the burst?
I don't know, man. Justice cheats.
That was crazy, yeah.
Wow, the third 6P, third JP hits it. They do all hit I. Oh man, that was a cheap mix-up there. Truly living up to his name. These cross-up Michael Swords are making me sick.
Oh, nice, nice. Oh. Okay.
Oh,
a little too far. The right idea, though. The right idea.
Good awareness.
So I think in that spot, maybe a little bit better would be dash up more. You have more time than that. The force break Rin is basically untechable, I think. I don't think it ever becomes techable. So you can basically run all the way up and like 5K and then 5S into on is usually what you would see.
Air-to-air JP is going to take it there. CheapDeath is going to take it over Ghistus.
So let's talk about some stuff that I noticed. Again, the overall level of play tonight is very good. I like what I'm seeing. So let's see. Let's go with Anji 1 player. Justice 2 player. Okay. So again, great stuff from both sides. We talked about the 5P anti-air. We saw it hit once. I just want to point out this move is like kind of ridiculous. They buffed it from vanilla. It has like a ton of untechable time, so you can actually confirm it in a couple of different ways. On counter hit, which is how I believe you hit it when I pointed it out, it's like a lot of untechable time. It's pretty easy to just dash up and get another one. You can dash for like a really long time. And the idea here, in general, you have two options. When you get an air hit like this with Anji, he doesn't typically get knockdowns. There are some very advanced specific air routes in the corner where you can get knockdowns, but let's put those aside. You're basically making a choice. You're either maximizing your damage by doing an air route, and typically the way you would do that is by super jumping into, you know, whatever, into jump D, or you're sacrificing a little bit of damage, but you're getting like a premium knockdown. And so what that looks like is something like this. And obviously I'm not going to go too much into on. I think you were going for it. I think you probably understand the strength of this move. For the people watching, the general idea is that it gives you a perfect knockdown as far as spacing and timing to meaty butterfly them. So it's like his best knockdown, basically. On non-counter hit, even on non-counter hit, I thought that this just linked into itself. Maybe it's a Justice thing. But regardless, you can still confirm this and get an air route. So if you want to just play it safe, you can do something like that. If you want to bet at all, you can just go straight into on, but if they block 5P, might not work out so well for you. So yeah, I would just take a little bit of a look at that, because his anti-air game is very good. So starting to maybe develop that a little bit more might help you. Again, because getting an on is just, it's like the party starter. You get to just do, whatever mix-up you want, basically. From the Justice side, the one thing I wanted to mention, overall, good stuff. This is something also, we saw Justice earlier. I think for a lot of Justices, you could probably take a look at this. You wind up in a lot of situations when you do get your zoning going, where, you get a couple of missiles out, and the right thing to do, which we saw a lot in this matchup, so good stuff from the Anji player, is they're basically forced to jump in and block or dash up and block, because if they just wait for the missiles to come to them, it's never going to end, right? They have to move up. So what winds up happening a lot is they'll move up to this kind of range and be forced to block the missiles. And maybe this is a my opinion kind of thing, but what I would look at from these ranges is if you get them blocking missiles from here, I would try to take this as an opportunity to mix them up, because Justice's 6P goes pretty far, and it's an overhead. So anytime you can get them into a position where they're blocking from this kind of range, there's a lot of situations where you can actually take the opportunity to just walk up and overhead them. And just a very simple, just mixing this up between this and just some kind of low, either 2K or just even just raw 2D from range. It'll help you just get a little bit more damage here and there from spots where you're not really getting anything out of it. Yeah, you got them to block the missiles, but they kind of diffused the situation and you didn't really get much out of it. Because from this kind of range, it's a little bit risky to try to do more missiles. They're already kind of in range, especially against Anji specifically. From this kind of range, if you try to missile, he's probably just going to do this, right? And you're not going to be very happy. So yeah, just something to think about for the Justice players out there. Keep in mind that this is not strictly for Oki. You can start utilizing this kind of 50-50 anytime you get them blocking and they're relatively close to you. And don't be afraid to walk up a little bit to get into range if you have to. If they block it and they're a little bit far away, don't be afraid to walk up a little bit. Also, keep in mind when they're crouching, which they should be crouch blocking. Let me do this. They get a little wider, so you don't have to. Did I do this backwards? I would like both of you to crouch, please. You don't have to walk as far as you might think. This is something that you maybe want to look at in training mode.
Romantic.
Am I blind? Dummy. Hello? Oh, state. Here we go. Why is it not? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's because I have to record. Yeah, so you can hit this from pretty far. So, just something to look at. Just don't be afraid to walk up a little bit if you have to.
Yeah, for sure. Our next match here is going to be a little bit slower, Ryan. So if you got anything else you want to talk about that you haven't had a chance to yet, this is the time.
I shouldn't have erased my notes. I guess this is a lesson for me for last time. There was some stuff that I didn't get to that I could have gone back to now. Let me try to think. What were some of our last matches, some of the last characters?
Who were they? Early on, we had a Pot. We had a Slayer. We had a Dizzy. We had a Robo-Ky. Okay. Trin gave me the big list. Everyone, give a thanks to your local Trinity who's helping run the bracket in the background here. Trin is wonderful. He's the best person ever. We had A.B.A, Chipp, Pot, Soul, Ky, Millia, Slayer, Ghistus, Testament, Faust, Robo-Ky, Dizzy. Any of those inspire any thoughts?
No, I shouldn't have erased my notes. I don't remember.
Anybody have any questions?
I was going to go over how Pot beats Ghistus. That's, I don't know, Slidehead? I don't know. MCNA.
Question mark? Anybody in
maybe
chat?
it's a good time if anybody in chat has any questions. I can try to answer some questions real quick.
Yeah, we're chilling.
I guess while I'm waiting for questions, one other thing. I don't necessarily think that our last Anji player had a problem with this, but just to show some people what we were talking about, his air buttons are crazy. So this button, if you look at this, what he is doing is representative of what this hitbox looks like. The hitbox extends downwards where the fan is, and his hurt box is way up. It's like very disjointed. And then of course, jump D. He's actually upper body invuln during this move. Or is it lower body invuln? I forget now. I have to look at the hitbox again. He's either upper body or lower body invuln. The fact is that he has invuln. It's ridiculous on an air move. Good 2-ball setups for Venom. If you go into my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/RyanHunter, and you type !beginner formations, I've made a short video on that.
Hell yeah. Someone asked, I like this question. It's a very broad one. Just what are some common mistakes you see from beginners?
That is a good question. So one of the things I touched on that we can broaden a little bit is advice that I give to people on day one. I think it's really important. There are a few things that are just so fundamental and they're so important that it's really good to learn them early so that you don't have to unlearn them later. So I would say the number one thing is what I touched on before is throw OS. Figure out, ask someone if you're not sure, ask someone, what is my, as Anji, what is my throw OS button? For Anji, it happens to be K. This is a ridiculous, I'm missing it. This is a ridiculous throw OS, unbelievable throw OS for Anji. This 6K move, we were talking about the auto guards. This is auto guard high, mid and high on frame 1. So on his wake up, he can hit 6KH and he will either throw you or guard any mids or highs. This is an unbelievably annoying tool. So it's such a crucial thing to learn. It really makes a huge difference. So, figure it out on your own or ask someone what is my throw OS button, and then early on drill the muscle memory that when I go for throw, I do the throw OS, and don't be lazy and just hit H, because once you start fighting better players that jump out of your throws, you're going to be, would you rather be getting this with Anji, right? When they jump, or would you rather be getting this with Anji and potentially hitting them on the way up? It's a really, really big difference. So
yeah, for sure. And just like that, question poll is closed. Thank you everyone for submitting them. We will be burning them behind the building right after this. But because it looks like our next match is about ready here. It's going to be Alex2D versus ThighHi, which is sure an anime player name. It's this is a beginners players tournament, and I'm glad to see they're really embodying the community. Throw OS button for Slayer? Oh god, you got a couple that you can do.
Throw OS button for Slayer. I think he's actually one of the few characters. I think you either do 6P, you do POS, or actually 6H is not the worst for him.
No, because it'll clock him out of the air.
Yeah, it can catch jumps, and especially jump backs. If they're jumping back, you probably want to just let it rip.
And honestly, if they jump over you, 6H moves you so far forward that you kind of usually get out of there sometimes.
Yeah, he's one of the few characters that it's actually okay to not OS with.
But enough about Slayer, because he's not on screen. We're going to be getting some Dizzy versus Axel action.
I like that the first thing we see with ThighHi's Dizzy is an air combo utilizing 6H for the launch, what I was showing before.
And Pythmere, our local Twitch cop who is winning the tournament, nice guy, is out of the tournament. Whoever knocked him out, please tell me so I can ban you.
All right, so Thigh off to a quick round 1 here. Nice confirm from Alex. Already got to open up my notepad. Some stuff is already standing out.
Okay, that was a great bubble pop from ThighHi, honestly. He went in really fast, and he was able to just quickly pop the bubble when he saw him.
I like the neutral fish set. Wow, and actually got a conversion off it. Oh, I do not like that OTG. I don't know if that was intentional. Oh, it is intentional. I don't like it. I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to OTG. It's like an okie doke, you know, trying to catch him off guard into the 5D, the overhead. But man, talk about a character that I would never sacrifice a knockdown with. Dizzy might have like the best mix-up / Oki in the entire game.
Somebody said it's not intentional. He's missing micro-K fish.
Oh, and the D is the D follow for the fish. Okay. That makes me feel much better. Yeah, I was going to say, how could you be a Dizzy player and OTG them instead of just taking your knockdown with your insane mix-up?
For 5 seconds there, it was like Ryan's smile and optimism gone, frowning.
Yeah. That makes me feel much better. Okay.
Good round start,
nice.
Renson.
Yeah. I like the idea there from Alex, trying to maybe preemptively catch a jump away with 2S. Ooh, that 2S a little less useful, I think, when you're already doing a block string. So I think maybe after this match, we'll have to talk about some Chipp block strings.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, why do FB spikes do that much damage?
Yeah. Okay, I really like that option off of the knockdown from Axel there. The I have no idea what that move is called, but the side swap to get out of the corner, really good choice to get out of the corner.
I believe it's called Bangers and Mash.
I don't think that's what it's called.
I think it is. Nobody fact check me. Anyway, stuck in the corner now. Fish on.
Lying to me.
I can do that, Ryan. Stuck with a fish. This is so bad. This isn't good at all.
Okay. Nice. I like the 3P Oki. Thigh is just on a rampage here. All right, yeah. Renson, maybe a good attempt there. Try to hit the fish, hit Dizzy if she's tried to approach behind the fish, but did not work out, unfortunately. So probably not going to talk too much about Thigh. Kind of, ran over Alex there. And maybe we'll see Thigh again later. Overall, good stuff from Thigh. Maybe work on that execution a little bit so you don't get those OTGs. But other than that, good stuff. I guess actually while I'm picking the characters here, one thing I can say for Thigh, although you were doing, again, I'm trying to match my advice to what I perceive the player's levels to be. So, if someone looks to be a little bit further along in their Guilty Gear journey, we're going to be talking about slightly more advanced stuff, obviously. Trying to give them, kind of the next step, wherever that step is. Where is Axel? Here he is. Okay. So for Thigh, again, this is maybe a little more advanced, but when you were getting Oki and you were getting the fish set up, it didn't really seem like you were doing that strong of an actual mix-up. So you might want to go into the lab a little bit, maybe look up some videos or look up, some kind of resource, and get some ideas for why can't I find Dizzy? I had her before. What is happening right now?
She's on the left. She's right next to A.B.A.
Jesus. Okay. But yeah, something involving, an IAD, IAD jump 2S or something like that. She's just so strong once she gets in the air because the second air dash is just, it's so tricky, being able to, I've never even really messed with this before, but what is it? You do like this and then you can air dash again. Let me stand him up. Something like this, and then you can air dash again for additional overheads. It's not, it's not that complicated. It's just a matter of going to training mode a little bit and looking at it. I keep going past him. You get the idea, though. Like these mix-ups, and I don't know which fish is the right fish or anything like that. But I think you're probably at the point now where upgrading your Oki is going to go a long way because you're getting the knockdowns. You're just not really doing the really nasty mix-ups. Like look how tricky that is. You know, when you're already locked down by the fish, this stuff is super scary. Okay, so from the Axel side, let's just take a second and talk about block strings. So Sajam says I got hit. Yeah, everybody got hit by that. I did that super low. I didn't even know it was going to come out like that. So Axel block strings, he's pretty distinct. He's pretty unique. His buttons are very precise. They're very pointed, for lack of a better word. So you have to kind of use them in the right spot. So for example, that one spot where you did this accidentally, got to be really careful with that. It's actually worth going into training mode and really just practicing your block strings for a few minutes. And just, I recommended this, I think on the last, either it was the last tournament or on my review stream to someone. It's easy to get overwhelmed by the possibilities when you're starting out with a new character or a new game. So my recommendation is pick one string with maybe 2 variations and let that be your go-to, and let that be the vehicle to get you off the ground. And once you kind of get comfortable with the character, revisit it later and start to work in a couple other block strings. And the goal is not to be able to freestyle. That's the end game, is to be able to freestyle your block string, be so comfortable with the character that you can think of something on the fly and feel it out and do that. That's way down the road. The way you get there is you start with one string. That's your go-to. Maybe you have one variation on that string. And then over time, you add other strings that are different. And then over time, by getting comfortable one string at a time, you'll start to be able to freestyle in between them. So what I would recommend, people are already saying it in chat, a really easy one. 3P is a great pressure tool. And so just like 3P2H, and then this right here can be your variants. So, you do 2H, and then you can either do sweep for a low, or you can do 6H for an overhead. Axel's not a fancy character. You don't have to get overly fancy with it. He's going to get a lot of his damage from zoning, but you don't want to be accidentally hitting 2S in your block string, because that's a real quick way to have the round turn around on you. This obviously is your primary anti-air, so this is your kind of go-to anti-air. So just keep it simple. If you would prefer something a little more traditional, because the 3P2H thing is very Axel specific. You could also do something like 2K close slash into the same type of stuff. So just kind of pick something that you feel comfortable with, and really just grind that, because just this is very simple, but it's very effective. 6H is a fantastic move, not really punishable in unless they do something specifically to counter it. So and you can go from sweep into Renson. So when you do the sweep option, you can do Renson after if they get hit. So just try to develop your block strings a little bit. Overall, I think you were playing pretty well. But it hurts me a little bit to see someone, they get all the reward, they get a knockdown, they get pressure, and then I whiffed 2S over their head, and I got swept and I'm knocked down and my life is miserable. As an Axel player, it feels bad, man. So
yeah, 100%. And something else I hear, Ryan, just because I saw that player also posting in the chat, the Axel player, said nerves were on the table, and I've seen a bunch of people saying this. Nerves affect everybody, right? No matter who you are, no matter how many tournaments you play in, you'll always have nerves. But what Ryan's saying, right, like just grind it out. Like if you just do one thing and you can roll up to that tournament and just have that one thing on lock, you'll be in a much better spot as long as you can like consistently go to that option, because nobody ever gets over their nerves, but we do get better at playing with our nerves, right? And then that's kind of the experience you get from entering tournaments and whatnot.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's, forget the game specific stuff. This is also a great opportunity for people that are just inexperienced in a tournament. Forget your level of experience in the game. Just being in a tournament setting, how brackets work, getting tournament experience, getting that experience of having the nerves. There's no other way. You can't go into training mode for your nerves. The only way to do it is to grind it in tournaments until you get comfortable. And like Bones was just saying, you're still going to have some amount of nerves, especially, I know a lot of people that, they don't get tournament nerves for, just a general match. But let me tell you, if I'm even in round 1 of pools or, early on in pools, I may be feeling good and I'm comfortable, I'm not nervous. But if the round starts to get tight, you feel it still. You know what I mean? So, and there's really no other way than to just play in tournaments and get, it's never going to go away. So your only option is to get comfortable with the feeling. And that's it. And the more you practice some of this stuff and get it into muscle memory, you know, the more you'll be able to do it under pressure as well. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that it's also, that's why a lot of people will be like, just play in any tournament, right? And just go 2-0, like, or 0-2 rather. 2-0 would be great.
Yep.
Go 0-2.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what, even if it's just something like that, like, remember, we do the, every other week, we do the non-beginner tournaments, which, unlike this one, do not cap. So if you're ever just looking for more experience, dive in, because you're gonna just be able to tell, like, what do I do when I get nervous? And see it happen, and be like, that's what I do. And try to, like, keep that in mind, try to make sure that it's something, like, a habit of yours. Getting introspective stuff like that on yourself is super important.
Absolutely.
And we are still,
Absolutely.
someone said it earlier, these tournaments are indeed a nest of scum and villainy, and by that I mean Dizzy's and Justice players. And we're going to be getting into our next match, which is going to be a Dizzy versus a Johnny.
Nice, nice. So Johnny, fan favorite character, super cool.
My favorite character. One thing I can immediately see being pretty annoying for Johnny in this matchup is like a lot of how you. Oh, never mind. That was sick.
That was sick.
That was incredible. Take a
That was
coin.
very sick.
Take a coin, fish. Get out of my face. But a lot of how I think characters do against Dizzy is defined by how well can you deal with fish, right? Johnny has a lot of single hit moves, which can make it tricky for him to counter poke against Dizzy if there's a fish on screen. So can be a little tricky. But you saw there, whip the coin at the fish, get it out of here. Great.
Yeah, nice awareness there. Oh, that crossed up. Tricky. Good awareness there to just go for the throw after Johnny was locked down by the fish. Again, the cross up. All right. So, and this is kind of what I was saying before to Thigh. You know, just these simple mix-ups. You don't really have to get fancy. Dizzy is just a bottomless pit of mix-up potential. You can go really deep down the rabbit hole if you want to get crazy with her mix-ups. But the simple stuff is still extremely effective. So just due to the nature of the double air dash and, you know, the strength of her air buttons when she's doing mix-ups and stuff, you really don't have to get fancy.
They should make it so that when you kill the fish, it goes away forever and also shocks a Dizzy player's controller. I'm not against it.
All right, coin hit here. Let's see if he can get a confirm and a miss finder. I like the patience. Oh, but he gets knocked down. Okay, defensive throw.
A little bit of a miss on the air combo there, but it's fine. Get the levels up. Oh my god, hit the toes. That was such like from the hip misfinder. I don't blame Facade for not blocking that at all.
Yeah, exactly. I've definitely gotten hit by that where I'm just not crouch blocking from that range.
Okay, wow.
Tried to anticipate a jump and did the high misfinder. I kind of like it though. He's got some life to work with, so, you know, Johnny can take some risks here.
He can, but like you've said a lot of times. Oh!
Wow!
Down!
Catches the extended hurt box. Jesus!
With
wow, I was
punishes.
not sure. I was going to call if that hit or not, but I honestly was not sure. I was 50-50 on whether that was going to hit or not. That was wild.
Yeah, that was incredible. Someone said, check the scope, shoot the J.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Literally shoot the J.
Stuck.
All right, another throw.
Yeah, hard to deal with those throws from Dizzy. She does, correct me if I'm horribly wrong here, Ryan, but she does have one of the larger throw ranges in the game, I think, which makes her pressure quite a bit spookier.
I don't know offhand. That sounds right. You sounded very believable.
I found it confident.
Very convincing. Yeah, very confident, exactly. Yeah, I don't know offhand, actually. That could be, though. Okay, nice little air combo. That's the typical Dizzy route ending in jump D.
Okay, I'm not crazy. Everyone's saying her and Justice have the largest. Thank you.
The largest? Even more than Potemkin?
That's what Dr. E. Meister said. I could be wrong.
Potbuster range is smaller than Justice. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant, right? Because he's got Potbuster, but interesting.
Anyway, we're getting lost in the weeds. Into the round. This is not looking good.
Yeah, the zoning.
There was a lot of artwork on top of Johnny there. That was there was a lot of objects.
Yeah. I like the meter dump, though, at the end. You know, force break bubble, force break needles. I was actually going to comment at some point that Dizzy had been sitting on 100 meter for a while. So good to see the meter burn there at the end. Good awareness.
Okay, so the de facto answer, Nomad looks confident. Justice equals pot greater than Dizzy. See, but Dizzy's top 3. Okay, that's big.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Okay. Oh my god, the fish! The fish!
The fish has snuck in one more hit before he pieced out. I like it. I love that, actually. I love that. It's like, you're gonna flinch. I'm gonna make you flinch. Because Johnny needs that. You have to make them flinch. You can open them up with throw, but you'd rather get the hit, right? So, oh, wow.
Yeah, I think that was a throw attempt. And I think that's something he definitely should have at least done as a misfiner stance. Like, if you're gonna do that input, just in case you happen to hit a fish or hit Dizzy, you want to make sure you're, like, a little safer.
Or
option selected, Ryan?
Yeah, yeah. And it's funny because actually in that situation, throw S would have been better in two different ways. Because number one, if he got the button, it would have been a faster button to hit the fish, and then he could have, with really good awareness, jump canceled or done something. But the other reason it's insane in that situation actually is because if she crosses you up, your throw OS input becomes blocking in the correct direction because she crossed you up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
100%. I want to touch on something, oh man, something sick happened, I forgot. Oh, he breakdanced under her when she was doing IAT mix-ups and got the throw, that was sick. But I want to comment on what someone said in the chat here. Stale Beers says that this is beginner's tournament, like, looks like I'm going off to the lab. Two things that I want to comment on that. A, yes, both these players are great, right? Like, they're doing, like, they clearly have a good understanding of the game. But I think you'd be surprised at how short the distance can be between, like, you and these players, right? Like, you were talking, like, you play the game for a couple dozen more hours, right? And you'll probably be looking at it like this, and it'll happen pretty fast. So, like, nobody be discouraged. Guilty Gear's the type of game that I think once you know your offense, like, you instantly look sick. Like, it happens, like, really quick.
Yeah, exactly. And the good thing is also is that kind of stuff, like specifically offense and Oki and stuff, that's all stuff that you can learn in training mode. If you want to grind out in matches, absolutely, spend a few minutes in training mode and then go do it in matches. But if you are intimidated by other people, you don't feel comfortable yet, you can definitely grind that stuff out in training mode. It's really whatever's most comfortable for you. So, I agree with what Bone said. The distance from where you probably think you are to where you probably think that these players are, it's probably not very far.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice. I mean, one thing I'll point out, not to talk down to KRSJIN at all, but if you really pay attention, we're not really seeing any combos, right? Like, and it's pretty important once you get into the higher level Johnny play. Once you get into like the really high level Johnny play, getting the right ender is very specific, and there's like very specific combo routes and stuff. But even just for a beginner or intermediate Johnny, just doing a combo just to get, because he does really good damage, is not hard. And we're not even really seeing that many conversions. So, when you talk about where these players are at right now, again, I think maybe you are, yeah, that was sick. Maybe you are, overestimating how far away you might be from this spot.
Yeah, and I'll also say everyone learns at different rates and everyone has different experience, right? I saw a lot of players enter this tournament when it looks like Facade is probably, this isn't good, I don't know.
The chip. Yeah, he's falling.
Oh,
the gold burst is huge.
What you got?
He's running out of meter.
Oh, no, he missed. Oh, not that time.
Got counter hit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try to swing after that, right? What are you going to do, sit there? And, okay, wait, a couple things I want to say. One, everyone learns at different rates, right? And a lot of these people are beginners to this game insofar as they have not played a lot of Plus R. But I was looking through the bracket, and I think some of the most interesting players in here are people who have placed really well in, like, Smash Ultimate tournaments, right? Totally different skill set, but learning is a very transferable skill set, right? Like, I think is a very common thing. So a lot of these people might just seem like they're learning faster than you just because they've got a lot of experience learning fighting games, and you shouldn't be discouraged by, like, game counts on people that are jumping into new games and stuff, because you know what their background is.
Yeah, so just super quick, we've already seen a bunch of Dizzy, so I'm not going to talk too much about Dizzy. I liked what we just saw. The Dizzy player looked pretty solid. Probably a lot of, honestly, the same, not to cop out here, but a lot of the same advice probably applies. Your basic game plan was good. You were doing, I saw, like, good air combo in a couple spots. Your confirms were good. You're using 5K. All the basic stuff that I would be concerned to make sure that you understood. It looked like you understood. So I think you're past that. I would just say, as kind of, simple as it sounds, look at upgrading your pressure a little bit. I like the fact that you were going for throws. That was good. I'd be interested to see if you were throw westing. I didn't notice any missed 6Hs or anything like that. Nothing that stood out. But overall good stuff. Nothing really stood out. That was glaring. Maybe we'll see you in a future match and I can pick something else apart. But from the Johnny side, just do want to take an opportunity to talk about a couple of things.
Romantic.
Number one, like I mentioned, you do need to look into some simple combo. You don't have to get crazy. It's a little bit tough because Johnny, he is a little bit of a tricky character in the sense that you need some level of awareness while you're playing as far as like what level misfinder you have, and you do need to sometimes make decisions quickly based on your level. So early on in like the first game, for example, there was a situation where you hit a random coin, and so you had level 2 and you had it for a good 5-10 seconds, and then you got a hit, and you just like did another coin or something, like you did OTG coin instead of confirming into misfinder getting a combo. So very simple. I forget which misfinder is which. What's it? Yeah, this one. So just something simple, where you do a confirm into this and then this. You don't have to get crazy with the combo, but something, and then into in Senga. Don't worry about the one hits. Just get a very simple combo that's basically universal, that ends in Senga. The other thing I would mention is I want to be very careful with this advice, okay? Because I don't want to steer people down the dark path, okay? However, I think it is worth mentioning this button. I feel like I did not see from you at all. And thinking back, I don't think we saw it from the previous Johnny either. Wait, did we have a previous Johnny, or am I imagining that? I think I'm imagining that, actually. Is that our first Johnny?
I don't remember.
All right, regardless. 1H.
Yes. Oh, we
did.
hit.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, I'm not going crazy.
Thanks, Ren.
You need to use this to some degree, okay? So again, I don't want to steer you down the dark path and turn you into like a masher who's literally just has their eyes closed and is just doing this while they're blocking, because there are definitely Johnnies out there that do that, and it can be effective, but you gotta be able to turn that off. You gotta be able to switch it off. So take this carefully, but this is an important defensive tool for Johnny. And sometimes if you feel the need to contest, this is a good button to hit. It's very fast, moves you backwards mid-screen, staggers on counter hit. So this is like kind of your go-to when you feel the need, and be judicious with it, but this is your go-to button. So it's something you probably want to experiment with. I'll even give you the free pass next time you play. Go nuts, mash it. That way you can kind of get a feel for where it's effective and where it's not and how it works. But just don't, be aware. Be aware of what you're doing, and don't let it be a crutch is a great way to say it. Don't just blindly mash it, and because eventually you're gonna hit a plateau and you're like, I don't know why I can't beat these good players. It's because, well, they're baiting out your 1H and they're killing you. So
Yeah, I feel like it's Slayer's 2, like similar to Slayer's 2H, right? Very powerful move, but like every time you do it, it slightly corrupts your soul. So you just have to be careful with it, and just keep in mind that you don't want your soul to go completely black.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. It's a dark power, so you can't pull from that well too often. You have to balance the light side and the dark side.
The light side is one hit in Sengas. Until you can do those, you have low lightness in your body.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, Ryan, let me say real quick, we're going to be streaming every match from now until the end of this tournament. Going to put us at about 15 total matches streamed. Feels like a good number to me. And we're going to be getting into our next one here, which is going to be Dayquil and Chuchurute. Chuchurute we saw last time. The green pot, I would never forget.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who could ever forget the... This is like, oh, is Discord lagging a little bit? I'm getting a little choppy.
Oh, is it? Is it my fault? All right, let me hit the big stop streaming and then hit big try again. Just for you. That look better, Ryan?
I do not see the game. Oh, there we go. I cannot see anything currently. Uh-oh.
Oh, Ryan, quick, emergency. Pull open my stream. Be the delay commentator.
Yeah. I have it open.
He's landed a pot buster. Dayquil is not doing too hot. But he's getting these sick headshots with these jump back fireballs.
Okay, I'm watching this stream.
All right.
So I'm going to be a little delayed here, but we'll make it work. Okay, overhead. Okay, so I'm already seeing our Potemkin here likes forward Mega Fist. Gotta be careful with that move. That's another move that it has its uses, but it is very punishable on block. So, you know, you want to use it in the spots where it's good, and if they start blocking it, you gotta be able to turn that off. And I think if you hit a sweep, you don't want to be OTGing into that and giving up your OP. So,
Oh
I
my
have the feedback.
God! Well, we got it just in time for my boy to get Judge Gauntleted straight to the dome.
So yeah, I mean, this is another example, like what we were saying before with Dizzy. Granted, we realized quickly that it was an execution error with Dizzy, but, you know, getting a knockdown with Potemkin, it's like, you know, what you're dreaming about, right? This is like what you're struggling for the whole time you play neutral. So when you finally get that hit and you get a sweep, you do not want to be OTGing them with Mega Fist. You're giving them the opportunity to tech OTG and basically just run away from you immediately. So very nice confirm.
Looked like Dayquil tried to maybe jump up air throw him there, but that is scary to do against Pot.
Went for the second rep. Probably pretty tough on Pot, I would assume. Due to his weight.
Great hammer fist through the pressure.
Okay, yeah, there's the jump D. Oh, I was talking about that earlier!
That was actually such a fantastic answer. Man, this man has read the book. He has studied the matchup.
Yep. I mean, Potemkin jump D is one of those buttons where if you know what you're looking for, like if you have the idea of what you should look for to beat it, it's the kind of button that's so annoying that you get hit by it a few times, you're like, I'm going to training mode, I'm gonna figure this out, you know? So it's like one of those things where once you know what to do, you'll do it for the rest of your life. It's just a matter of knowing.
Yeah, and I'm loving Dayquil's approach here. He's basically just putting down the North Star and then firing something behind it and being like, what are you going to do? Your Pot.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, he is
doing
these OTGs. What the movement right now. Gold Burst, okay, he's in the corner. Got a lot of meter. The FB Grease Ever also works as an anti-air. Pot. Jumps, give you low.
Tried to wake up Potbuster. No one was home, though.
Wow, patience. Waiting for something. Yeah, the
Nice.
Potbuster. That was actually such smart offense from Chuchurute because Dayquil had so much meter. He was like, surely there will be a reversal. But Dayquil actually went for nothing. And then Chuchurute applied the very fast and very quick way to close out the round. Didn't want to deal with that meter.
Nice Hammerfall. Okay.
Wait, this is going to hurt a lot. No, it didn't go into heaven.
Oh. Oh, was he trying to do like a medium mirror there? I wonder what that super jump H was.
I wonder. Oh my god, he RC'd just inside the block. JD saving the day. Yeah, forward Mega Fist. That was probably a punish, just like you were saying, right?
Yeah. And there was a good example. Kai's 5H has a lot of active frames, so we were talking about punishing Potemkin's backdash earlier. Notice he just recovered from his backdash into the 5H and was just immediately hit.
And just like that, Chuchurute, that was it, right? That was 2-0.
Oh, that's right. I forgot the first match I was...
yeah, sorry, you were caught in the ether.
To see.
You were the world's first delay-based commentator.
No, I don't want that to be my my signature. No. Okay, let's talk about Potemkin. So good stuff. So for the Potemkin player here, I saw the right ideas coming through. So I see that you have the right ideas. I think you just need to focus on them and make sure that you are executing your game plan towards those right ideas. So what I mean by that is there were some opportunities where you got a knockdown and you did like good Oki, you did a mix up with like one time you did 6K, fantastic. One time you did 5P Potbuster, fantastic. So that's why I'm saying I know that you have the right ideas, and that's exactly I had already written down to suggest to you. So that's fantastic that you already know about that stuff. again, another character, you don't have to get fancy, right? You do the overhead sometimes, you do the low sometimes, and you do the grab sometimes, right? You really don't have to get fancy. So what I will say is, what I was kind of trying to get at first is focus your game plan so that everything is leading to these opportunities, okay? So this, I'm just gonna rip the Band-Aid off for you. You gotta stop it. I'm not even gonna try to sugarcoat it.
Damn.
This is just not good. All right, you gotta cut this out of your game. As you saw, the Kai player was getting hit by it a bit, but then they adapted and you even got punished a couple times. So, forward Mega Fist is one of those moves that I think I gave this advice a couple times last week. My recommendation is completely remove it from your game, pretend it doesn't exist. It is the kind of move where it is very specific what you are trying to use it for. So until you have that comfortability and the experience and the knowledge to know why you're using it, I recommend just don't use it. It's a real kind of a crutch, because at a lower level, it is going to hit a lot of people. You're going to get a lot of hits for it, but it will make you stronger. It will make you better by doing the work and trying to not rely on this. I really do. I think crutch is like a perfect word. It is kind of like a crutch. And as you saw, you were getting a lot of sweeps, and then losing your knockdown because you're OTGing them. So what is happening here?
What's up?
Okay. Anyway. So I would just say, try to focus on doing things that lead you into positions where you can use that very simple mix-up that you already have, in mind. So the easiest thing to practice, I would say, is try to start practicing in your strings. Always be back charging. So, if you're doing a low, be holding down back. And if you're doing a standing normal, be holding straight back. And that way, at the end of your strings, you can hammerfall break, or hammerfall if they're blocking, right? So this is something, that is fundamental to Potemkin, that is good to learn, early on. And this way, when you do get those sweeps, see, because I feel like part of the problem is if you're not charging hammerfall, you get this sweep, but you're too far, you can't do anything, right? But if you have the habit of constantly charging, when you get this hit, or you get just a random sweep, you can move in and get in time for the mix-up. So just very simple, Potemkin stuff. Other than that, though, good stuff. The other thing I would say is I didn't really see many slide heads. Maybe that's on me. Maybe I didn't notice them because I was thinking about it a lot during that match, and especially I missed part of that match. But don't be afraid. You don't have to chase them the whole time. If you want to, sometimes you have to switch it up and change your pace a little bit. So sometimes, you can just hang back and just look for opportunities to slide head. So, just some simple stuff you can look at.
Cool. Did you have anything for our Kai player, by the way, just because they were the one who lost that match?
Yeah, sorry. Overall, I think you played pretty well. I think, it's tough because against Potemkin, you really do need to zone. And, it's a little bit tougher. You probably have less experience with that kind of game plan as opposed to just fighting normally. So I think you had all the right ideas. I think, using jump D, using air stun edge, that kind of thing. Just in general, I think a lot of the stuff that we talked about before, and even kind of what we were just talking about now, is very similar. You want to be trying to maximize your Oki. So against Potemkin, really easy when you get a sweep is something like this. And just against Potemkin specifically, you want to try to keep your pressure concise. You don't want to be in his face for too long because you're just opening yourself up to getting busted. But I would say maybe more far slash. More far slash. Against Potemkin, this is very strong because he cannot hammerfall through this, right? Because it's 2 hits. So, just trying to be a little more patient and trying to really zone him, force him to come to you. And then take advantage of your really good anti-airs, which, we saw fantastic use of 2H to clash with Potemkin's jump D. That was fantastic. But yeah, other than that, it's a little bit hard for me to give advice because, the Potemkin matchup only shows me one you know, I don't get to see how you play in like a quote unquote normal matchup. So some of the stuff you were doing may have been better or worse depending on, you know, a different matchup. So trying to give you stuff that's a little more general, but yeah.
Sure, cool. I think we're about ready to get into our next match here then, Mr. Ryan. Which, by the way, let me comment. That last match we had, right? It was a pot player named Chuchurute. And now we're getting our pot player named BazookaBadger, right? Both of these totally sound like pot player names to me. But what's funnier is that we're getting our Dizzy player whose name is Facade, right? Sounds very much like a Dizzy player name to me.
Sorry, actually, can I go back for 1 second?
Oh, yeah, get in.
I actually do want to talk about one more thing now that I think about it for the Kai player that I just realized I wrote down. And I think it's actually a really good thing to talk about because this is another one of those general things that everybody can probably stand to hear. Because we were talking a lot about OTGs because, you know, Potemkin was doing a lot of this. This is a general thing. Just if people are OTGing you, I recommend always trying to tech. It's something that you do have to pay attention for. And it's the kind of thing where, you know, if I was the Kai player here and I got hit by the first one of these, I might not have reacted in time to tech either because I would not have been expecting that. But it's the kind of thing where if you notice they are repeatedly OTGing you, in general, there are exceptions to this, but I'm going to say 99% of the time, you want to tech the OTG. By teching the OTG, you're going to make their pressure significantly worse almost every time. Again, not every time. There are tech traps and people can try to trick you into teching and make it better for themselves. But in general, you always want to tech the OTG. When you tech, you get like you can see here is that the CPU is teching. Like you get this crazy momentum. Look at where Kai lands here, you know, mid-screen. And if you're in the corner, you can tech forward and you get your air action. You can immediately air dash, you can double jump. The idea is just you can get away. So you're significantly weakening their pressure. Don't think that you have to wake up where they want you to if they OTG you. They're actually doing themselves a disservice a lot of the time. So just something to be aware of. Again, it's easier said than done in a lot of cases, especially the first time if they just, you know, if they haven't OTG'd you and then all of a sudden they do, sometimes you just don't react fast enough. But if you notice they are consistently OTGing you, it's very common with like Soul, for example. I don't know what it is about Soul players. They just love to OTG you. They knock you down with sweep. They have this opportunity for a great mix-up, and instead they run up and they 2K you. And yeah, don't let them do that. They are actually making a big mistake in my opinion by doing that. So, just something to look for. Yeah,
for sure. Cool. And now looks like we're about ready to get into our next one. Gonna be Facade versus BazookaBadger. Whenever our players are ready. Wow, what well-behaved players. They were just big chilling while Professor Ryan there did his whole lecture, and then as soon as he's done, they were in there. Love this. Oh, someone asked what does OTG stand for, and then everyone's in a fight of whether it's on or off the ground. Or of the ground?
Yeah,
I like
funny.
of the ground.
They literally alternated. Off, on, off, on, off. Yeah, I think it is generally accepted that it's off the ground. But I've definitely heard both.
I like of the ground. I'm changing what I think.
Yeah. Oh, the ground, yeah. All right, I already love what I'm seeing here from Facade. Taking advantage of Far Slash. Again, multi-hitting normals against Potemkin are at a premium because he cannot hammer fall through them.
Yeah.
So Far Slash is perfect for that. Nice. Okay.
Corner pressure. And this is oh my god, I was just gonna say, this matchup looking scary for Bazooka, but now it's horrifying for Facade. This is exactly where you don't want to be against a Potemkin.
Yeah, he's got a lot of meter too. Oh, nice. Going for the air throw, didn't get it, but good idea.
Yeah.
Great timing on the side head.
Wow, great backdash there through the 6H. That would have been bad if he blocked it, basically.
Okay, nice hammerfall break. So that's the kind of thing I was just talking about a minute ago. So
try to catch and jump in, but Facade backed off the fish pressure.
Facade likes that tick throw after the fish. It's very strong, so don't get me wrong. I'm certainly not knocking it.
That was a great 2D to hit the fish. Ryan, you ever spend 50 meter and all you did was hit a fish?
Yeah. Yeah, so one thing, I think we talked about this in the last tournament, actually, or maybe even you said it again earlier. You got to keep in mind that the fish is nice flick.
Wonderful.
The fish is it's like hitting, you know, something. It's like hitting Eddie, or you know, it's like hitting a character. So you get all of your cancel options when you hit the fish. So in that example, when Potemkin hit the fish with 2D, you could cancel into Slide Head if she's not approaching, or if she is approaching, you can cancel into Hammerfall, Hammerfall Break, Judge Gauntlet. You have all of your cancel options basically. So you do want to keep that in mind. That works for any character.
Heavenly for the funniest option if you see him coming in.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here's the corner pressure. Gets bursted out.
Romantic.
We missed the flick a little late. I assume that's what he was going for there. Yeah, so it's really tough to flick that. I admire the attempts, and I think it's good to go for. But just so that people are aware, that that Ice Needle from Dizzy, she can actually hold that, and it doesn't start moving until she releases the button. So it is tricky to flick that. You have to have good reactions, because you basically have to react to it moving for the timing.
Yeah, and that was actually such a scary Hammerfall at the end there for Bazooka, because even though Hammerfall is unsafe, he had 100 meters. So, like, that was just going to be a pressure extension into whatever. So, Facade trying to just weasel out of the pressure gets clapped. You lost both these characters. Who do you root for? Oh my god, he went through everything but didn't hit her.
Yeah, well, he hit the fish. He would have hit her. It definitely would have hit her, but it hit the fish.
Damn fish. Anyway, it's Guilty Clear. You don't root for anybody if they're not playing your character. That's how it works. Catches the big jump back. Oh, that was a fantastic flick, and it broke the fish too.
Nice punish. Neutral jumped, the Hammerfall whiffed and landed and punished with Far Slash, but man, Potemkin's making it happen tonight.
They are. I mean, they're fighting the Dizzy Menace, you know? I mean, this is, I think on paper, probably a matchup a lot of Potemkin players roll their eyes at just because it can be so difficult, but BazookaBadger honestly is showing a lot of patience. I saw someone in chat earlier say that he's a nutty Potemkin, but, like, he is doing very safe options generally. He's really only hammerfalling and letting it rock when he's got meter, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think in general, a lot of these matchups people probably assume are really bad for Potemkin, you know, Venom or Dizzy. All these like zoning characters, they're very reasonable for him because of Flick. Flick is just the equalizer in all these kind of matchups. Because if you flick a projectile like this, it is you know, time to go. You either get them in the corner or you make up like half screen distance. So
for sure. And also slide head, right? Like, I mean,
yeah,
really,
yeah.
You cannot set up full screen slower projectiles that you might be able to on other characters on pod.
Yep. Yeah, this is a really good match so far. Great air throw.
Phenomenal air throw.
Great block on the overhead. I see you. Okay.
okay, Facade.
There's that throw again. Oh, misses ID, I think.
Slide head is a nightmare in the Justice matchup. It's funny you say that because I imagine a lot of pots would say, no, that matchup still sucks for me. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think Pot cannot flick the missiles, right?
It's very weird as far as I know. He has to flick like a very extended hitbox of a missile. It's not easy.
That was so good. He flicked the laser, then he flicked the needle, and then he got a hit. He got 6H off of the flick projectile.
It's a double. Just do it again.
Wow, that hitter's standing. Actually, I know exactly why that hitter's standing. I already have a note on that. We can talk about that.
Whoa. Caught her out the and RC. That's going to be tremendous amount of damage. Oh my god.
Oh, the fake Judge Gauntlet, but yeah, Facade, I mean, that's actually exactly what I wrote down and why Facade got hit standing by that last 6K. He's been basically just holding up on Wake Up. And I think that is not a negative thing on him. I think it's actually something that Bazooka needs to be more aware of, and it's on him to stop, you know, the jumping on Wake Up as the Potemkin player.
Yeah, and that was a phenomenal 5P from Pot there. You have to keep in mind that if you're at that height in the air against Pot, he can just start punching, and it's really difficult to contest against that.
See, like even there, that was a perfect example. Even though Bazooka hit with the 6K 2D, he didn't time it meaty. So Facade was able to jump on Wake Up and get hit airborne, and then the 2D didn't knock down. They were able to tech and escape the corner. So even though they ate a little bit of damage, you know, the 6K to 2D, it's well worth it if you can get out of the corner away from Potemkin. So I was gonna wait till after the match and talk about this, but it's just so prevalent that I'm talking about it now. I think Bazooka really needs to go into the lab and look at their meaties and make sure that they are properly meatying like that. And that's actually the exact button I was gonna show, because that button, I want to say it's like 8 active frames. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
9, I think.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous number. So if you are ever doubting, I didn't realize that. Let me jump in training mode.
Yep, all you, buddy.
If ever you are not sure what to, how to meaty them, or their timing, if it's a character and you're having trouble meeting them, you're not familiar with their wake up timing, because characters have different wake up timings in this game. If you're ever not sure, I mean, this is the go-to. It's just out there forever. It's pretty hard to miss this. So yeah, what I was starting to say, I'll just continue saying. I think Bazooka played fantastic. I think you just need to be very careful. You need to be aware. Now we're starting to get into some higher level stuff where it's on strategy and awareness and stuff like that. You need to be aware. Facade was just straight up holding up on wake up. And was getting a lot of mileage out of that, was jumping out of a lot of pop busters, sometimes just jumping out of your meaties because you are mistiming the meaties. So that's really why I'm emphasizing that. You really, as Potemkin, you can't let him get away with that. That's and if you're further away and you want to try to punish them for holding up and squirming, don't be afraid to meaty them with this. I mean, if you want to stop them from disrespecting on their wake up, just meaty them with this. That'll teach them real quick. So that's but overall, really good stuff. I mean, you were again using all the options. Your flicks were fantastic. So overall, good stuff. From the Dizzy side, I just want to point out one thing. We've been seeing a lot of Dizzy, so maybe something for some other Dizzies as well. I really like that we were seeing. I have absolutely no idea how to do this, but whatever fish it is, when you get the knockdown mid-screen, and then you set up the fish, and then you ID over, right? So we were seeing that a lot. Just in case there are Dizzies that are not familiar with this mix-up, this is a very, again, super simple mix-up, very effective. You just do like something like this, and then you ID over, and the fish hits them cross-up. Again, you don't have to get fancy with it. This is a really, really strong 50-50, and I don't use that term lightly. I really reserve 50-50 for the mix-ups where, in my opinion, it is unreactable, and it is just a straight guess left or right. Because even though you can react to this air dash and block cross-up, what you can actually do is you can fake the cross-up. And I haven't seen anyone do this yet, which is why I wanted to bring it up. I have no idea how do you do bubble? Someone's going to have to tell me. I guess I'll look.
Quick, Dizzy players. Now's your time.
Yeah, I have no idea. Is it this?
What is please leave? Okay. It is please leave me.
So what you can actually do is you can set the fish and then ID and bubble as you go over their head, and you'll actually stop your momentum and fake the cross up. And this makes it become unreactable because you cannot react to this. The fish hits you right as she does this. So if you mix up between actually air dashing over and doing the bubble, they will not be able to react. This is just an actual 50-50. So yeah, just something to look at for the Dizzy players out there. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. You don't have to get super fancy with her. The really simple stuff is super, super effective with her. So
yeah, for sure. And
the other thing that's super sick with this, sorry, just one other thing.
You're good.
Not only is this like really tricky. First of all, do the cross up. I would say the level 1 is the cross up, but once they start blocking the cross up, the nice thing is not only is this set up like pretty cool looking, you get the bubble in the combo because you come down, the fish hits them, and then the bubble is there. So when you combo them, you get the bubble in the combo. So it's powerful. It's very powerful.
Yeah, I do agree with Kami here. I'm gonna have to cut you off, Ryan, just so the Dizzy players don't get too powerful. Sorry.
We're
gonna have to limit the tech.
No more Dizzy advice tonight. Sorry.
But the next match we're gonna be getting into, everybody, and I'm gonna have to ask you to make some noise in the chat, if at all possible, to spam whatever emotes or caps lock you have on deck. We're gonna be doing winners finals against AzureJose and Heartwad. Gonna be Ky versus Ghistus.
Nice. Make some noise,
as they say.
All right, so this again, Kai is he's so well-rounded. You know, we talked about Kai earlier with the Millia matchup, how he can keep up with her to some degree and, you know, fight her on the ground, fight her in the air, match, you know, speed with her a little bit. This is same idea, but the other way. You know, he's not going to let Justice zone. He's got good pokes on the ground. He's got good mobility. He's got some projectiles of his own. So I think I would assume this is probably pretty tough for Justice, actually.
FRC's the nuke? All right, all right.
For the mix-up? Yeah, yeah.
I just realized they pick under construction. I think they did.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Robo-Ky non-theme.
All right, so I really like what we're seeing here from Heartwad. Very strong conversions and Oki. Oh, was that supposed to be burst B?
Romantic.
Is that FRC? Or was that just the combo?
I don't know.
'Cause I think that was jump H, right? Maybe trying to grab the burst?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I hear the crickets now.
There they are.
Ooh. All right, a little bit of a missed opportunity there off the counter hit green sever, but that was like the route you would do on normal hit. Okay.
Up the air.
Yeah, just trying to chase Justice down, but Hardwad's doing a really good job of staying evasive and not getting pinned down. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's Stun Dipper.
Backdash managed to get through the pressure. Now has him in the corner. Bad spot to be in.
All right, drops the Ender. Those combos are pretty hard from what I understand. Wow, the whiff punish.
Wow, that killed! Oh
Okay.
my god. Heartwad takes a quick one on the board.
Yeah, Hardwad looking pretty strong.
Yeah, looking very strong.
Getting to the point now, you know, towards the end of this bracket where the advice starts to become much more advanced. So
Yeah, our advice starts to become, all right, this is how you win Frosty Faustings. You ready? And they picked it again. All right, it's all right. Azure is now dressed up in the blue. Surely it'll give him the advantage. Good air to air.
tricky.
Heartwad's doing a really good job at staying evasive and strange in the air, and it's really throwing off Azure's timing. He whiffed like 3 anti-airs trying to hit Heartwad. He just stayed up there.
Yep. Great conversion here. Nice pickup off the RC. And this is great. I actually had just made a note, but it looks like Azure already way ahead of the game here. I really love the use of Stun Dipper. Stun Dipper has some obvious uses. It goes onto projectiles and stuff like that. That's kind of, when you look at it on paper, what your first thought probably is. But the reality is, yes, it does those kind of things, but it's even more useful, in my opinion, as a anti-squirmer move, right? So when you're pressuring someone and they're really not sitting still, they're jumping out immediately when there's a gap, or they're hitting buttons or something. Because it's a low from so far away, it really checks their block. It's like a test. Like, are you still blocking low, even though I'm half the screen away? You know, and it's just a really good tool to slow them down and force them to respect your pressure. It opens up a lot of opportunities for Kai to, implement more frame traps.
Yeah, for sure. Does the burst to try to keep the corner, gets a trade. It's so hard to AA Justice sometimes.
Oh. The force break actually hit. She was long gone, and
dude, Kai died for real. That was brutal.
Yeah,
my head exploded.
This is the ender again. Kai's pretty heavy. I don't know if that's. I think those combos are like slightly character specific, so I don't know if that's the wrong variation for Kai. I'm not sure.
And this just in, top 4 really is indeed Kai, a Justice, and 2 Potemkins.
Interesting. So I would wager that the Potemkins are probably rooting for Kai here.
Maybe not, because he's gonna throw Justice down to losers.
Oh, that's true. Oof, force break again.
Oh man, yeah, the anti-air, the Michael sword hits so high up, and the throw, Heartwad is gonna be 2-0 over Azure, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Heartwad looking so strong here that I still have nothing written down to even talk about. I mean, just playing really well, like we've already said a couple times, doing a really good job of staying mobile with a character that is, not very mobile. but using the air options well, air Michael Sword, using the force break here and there to, you know, really squeeze every drop of mobility out of the character. And that's really, I think, what's making it so difficult for Azure to get anything started, just get the right hits.
But Azure is now donning the red robes, indicating that he is out for blood, so hopefully that'll work out better for him. Oh, bad trade. You don't want to be full scale.
Yeah, it's tough.
You know, it's like, because the way the nukes kind of work... Yeah, you cannot Hadouken those.
It's okay. I have a note about this. We're going to talk about this as well, the zoning. We're going to talk a little anti-justice after this.
Gonna train all the beginners to fight Justice. She's the menace. She's the Osagata of this game.
I mean, right now, it's looking like she's going to win this tournament. So, we'll see. Oh, was that... I think Heartwad went for the 6P there, which is what I was talking about before. But Azure was not quite on the ground yet.
And that was a great example of what you were talking about with, like, staying mobile despite the character being pretty not mobile in general. It's almost like her very privileged jumping buttons let her do more stuff in the air than other characters would get away with, right? Like, all she really needs is, like, one double jump and then maybe a Michael Sword to throw off your timing, and she's just incredibly hard to contest coming down.
Yeah. Oof, nice. Great pickup, too. Okay, it's the 6P. Jeez, the Michael Swords. That's what I was talking about before. Notice Heartwad just walking up behind the missile and going for the 6P was just out of range, but the idea, obviously, you know, try to open them up with a mix-up.
Yeah, and that was actually a beautiful anti-air by Azure. Managed to do it from far enough away that the JH wasn't really a threat. Wow, he snuck that through? Wow. My man is playing Galaga. That was crazy. Nomad said shoot the K. Stuck in the corner.
I interesting that Heartwad used a different combo route there because they had been dropping the other one. So maybe going to an easier variation, which is a good, you know, in a tournament, it's good to have those kind of backup combos.
Man, what a pickup that was earlier by Heartwad on the weird side switch. Michael Sword in the corner. Heartwad just has to win this in order to take winners at finals away from Azure and dunk them down to the losers.
Okay, Stun Dipper. Burst, try to get out of the corner. I really like also, so burst, and then immediately using a little bit of meter to try to push out of the corner. Oh, the dust. That was 5D, right? Pretty sure. Or 5D like kind of looks like 2K in a way, but yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Just like that, Heartwad is going to take it over Azure 3-0 in winners finals.
All right, so I'm not going to spend really any time here talking about Heartwad because we're going to see them again, and also really there was nothing for me to even pick apart there. Just super strong, honestly. Maybe a little bit above the level for the tournament, but that's okay. You're going to get banned in a few minutes. So so let's talk about Kai, and specifically let's talk about Kai versus Justice. I'm going to use Kai as the example here, but this is the reason I want to show this. And I think again, you know, if we showed this before, I apologize. You know, in the last tournament, but it's just good for as many people to see this as possible. So one thing you can do, and I know for sure Kai can do it, is once you get put into this position where it's like, okay, she got set up, what you can try to do is you gotta hold the L basically. It's like you lost the position, right? You gotta accept it and move on. And what I mean by that is instead of necessarily trying to block it out or like run up and block or something like that, take the hit. So if you have any kind of normal that sticks out and extends your hurt box, you can actually hit yourself by the missile. And I want you to notice how little damage Kai's taking here. I mean, it's healing back very quickly because of training mode, but let me see if I can pause it here. Look at this damage, okay? Insignificant damage. I will take this all day to basically undo the problem that I created myself for myself. Now, granted, not every character can do this. Kai does it extremely well because of Far Slash. But anytime you get put into this position, I think this is a fantastic option to alleviate the pressure of the missiles. And if they keep doing the low missile, you can keep going. And if you get close enough, sometimes you're just going to hit Justice. And then this is actually a trade in your favor. You're going to do more damage to her than she's going to do to you. So, you know, sometimes you're running up and it's unclear. Maybe you're going to hit her, maybe you're not. But even if you don't, this is still an acceptable outcome. This is still a good outcome. As long as you're not going to actually die from the hit, you know, you have 0 life left. I think this is a really strong option that a lot of characters can do. So, yeah, and I see some of you guys, Heartwad is in chat, and some of you guys are talking about this. The thing that's important to notice here is that if it's not obvious, these nukes are multiple hits. See how it's doing 4 hits here, and it's the last hit that's knocking you down. So when you extend your hurt box into it, you're not getting hit 4 times. You're getting hit once. That's why the damage is so low. The explosion is happening, but the explosion is happening not where Kai is. So he is only getting hit by the first hit where his hitbox, his hurt box, was extended. And then he doesn't exist anymore where this explosion is. So, again, a lot of characters can do this. You'll just have to experiment with your character. You know, Axel, Venom, even like Soul, any character with anything, Zato or, Eddie, anyone that can stick something out, you know, has this option available to them. Most characters, I would say Far Slash is probably a safe bet for this. So yeah. Other than that, again, it's a little bit tough for me to give you general advice from the Kai's perspective, because this is such a polarizing matchup, right? So, you know, what we were watching the whole time was you know, you chasing them down. The only other thing I would say that I noticed was there was one opportunity you had. This is very specific, but again, we're getting into that higher level here. You had an opportunity where you had a knockdown, and you just needed 1 hit to kill. And I think you OTG'd or something like that. Don't forget about lightning. What is it? Down, 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 H? I don't even know how you execute it. Is it down, 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 H? I don't know. But you know what I'm talking about. Don't forget about OTG Lightning. And especially, don't forget about... yeah, it is down, 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 H. Don't forget about OTG Lightning FRC. So, obviously, Kai has those routes where, you know, you do the, you know, air DP, and then you catch them with 2P and all that. Don't make it harder on yourself. If it's the end of the round and the rep is going to kill them, just spend the meter. Make it easy on yourself. Let the javelin knock them down, and then just OTG them with Lightning FRC, and then pick them up off of that. It's a really important route to know because it's so consistent. So yeah, just something to look at. Again, it's a very specific thing because it doesn't come up all the time, but it's one of those things where once you work it into your game, you will start to find a lot of opportunities to use it. And again, I think this idea of once you get them low, just maximize your damage by spending 25% for a second rep instead of potentially dropping the really hard 2K or 2P pickup. You know, if it's a character where the 2P pickup is easy, sure. But even then, if you're going to kill them with the rep, just make it easy on yourself. Just spend the bar. So
yeah, for sure. Okay, we're going to be getting into our next match here, which is going to be a Potemkin mirror, which should be hilarious.
Yeah, this is going to be wild, I would assume.
Before we dive into this, because we're in our last 3 matches here, I want to grab some more water and take a quick 2-second break here. And I'm sure Ryan maybe want to do the same. We have been streaming for 3 hours straight at this point. So let's take 2 minutes or so. We'll be right back for some more Guilty Gear stuff. Going to be a pop mirror, going to be hilarious. So everyone stick around, okay?
Awesome.
All right, BRB. I was muted that whole time, chat. How's it going? I'm back. We're gonna be waiting here for Ryan to get back. That's good. I said a lot of mean things.
You didn't say mean things. You said the exact same thing you said the first time.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, don't rat me out, Ryan. Come on. What do you think this is? Cool. All right. Looks like then we are going to be ready to get into our next match here. Again, going to be Potemkin. That's not the right thing. That's the right thing. Look at that. Wait, no, that's not the right thing. I'm just looking at Ryan. That's the right thing. We're figuring it out. Cool. And Chuchurute left. Okay. He's taking a walk. I just screamed obscenities for 5 minutes straight. Yeah, that's about right. Unironically, I was just checking on my bunny in the other room, which is probably the least offensive action a person can take. Cool. What's your immediate guttural reaction, Ryan, to a Pythmere?
I hope we see them both do Potbuster at the same time and then whiff through each other because it's their own bone. I don't know, that matchup is wild. Hammerfall, goes through a lot of stuff, but then loses if they react with their own Hammerfall. They both try to slide head. It's wild. It's just wild.
MCNA said it's the only pure matchup. By the way, Ryan, I didn't want to break your heart in the middle of it, but MCNA did say like they went out at some point in the bracket, and I was like, Brian can't know. He'll be too heartbroken to keep streaming.
It's all right. The match we saw was fantastic. So
was fantastic.
I'm pleased.
You love to see it. I think you've secretly MCNA became the main character of Sajam's Guilty Gear streams, and so everyone's invested in how the protagonist is doing.
There's a few. There's Last Cody.
Yeah.
There's Generic Soda. There's a few regulars that everyone cheers on. It's good to see the growth.
We may have to remake the lobby here. Choo-Choo, if you're listening to me, are you having difficulty staying connected? Or are you just playing with my heart?
If we have downtime,
I think we do.
Again, just to maximize learning potential here, if you guys have questions, I remember last time when we asked questions, I couldn't get to them all, obviously. One of them stood out that I had wanted to answer, but we didn't have time. It was, how do higher level players utilize air dash differently than beginner players?
Ryan, I'm going to cut you off, but you can keep going with that thought, but we are getting into the match, and unfortunately this match has no air dashes.
Yeah, exactly. I would just say that they probably use them less overall. Use them more, with more, what's the word? Intentionality? Is that the word? Just make sure as long as you're not jumping back and then air dashing forward, I think you're good.
It is so funny how that's the immediate, like everyone's like, I got an air dash, I'm gonna jump back, dash forward.
Yeah. All right, so a lot of back dashing, a lot of
wow,
Mega Fist. Okay,
curse Mega Fists. JP's. Oh, okay, there's a slide head with punish. That's pot footsies right there. You're doing footsies from about all the way around the screen.
Okay, have him leaving out of the corner. Tried to chase it with the jump P, but couldn't quite get there.
Bazooka likes going for the jump in, double jump cancel mix-ups a lot, and it's super interesting. Okay, Choo-Choo gets the pot buster. I'm not gonna lie, my eyes got crossed a little bit. I forgot which pot it was. I was like, oh, will we be able to kill off this? And I was like, wait, that would have been really silly if I had said that out loud.
Bazooka had the big counter hit jump S there, and then hit 5P when they landed, but didn't.
Ryan, Hammerfall's a really great answer to Hammerfall.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, okay.
Whoa.
Oh, he's gonna land on that. Yeah, pick him up. Nice.
Goes for the Giga Oki. Block on the
Good
overhead.
block. Okay.
That's how we block dust in these streets. Hit by the Aegis Reflector.
Wasn't sure if he was going to recover from that 5H in time to block, but obviously not.
Still alive.
Wow, Potemkin has so much guts. That potbuster did like no damage.
It literally did like nothing. Dude!
Okay.
2 big ones to the face. Armor that. Chuchurute takes the first one quick like.
Yeah, Soda, I think it was just because he was so far into guts. If it's like round start Potemkin Buster when he doesn't have guts activated, it'll be more reasonable. Probably do 25-30%, something like that. But yeah, with guts like that, yeah.
Yeah, that was a comedic low amount of damage. I was just watching some Third Strike earlier, and TM got 3 taunts off and got hit by Chun-Li's Super Art suit. No!
Yeah, just like 25% or something.
It did literally like 15%, and I was like, get smoked.
Yeah. That matchup is hilarious because...
Chuchu got kicked? Alright, we're gonna remake the lobby real quick.
Okay.
Real fast. Whoops, wrong camera. There you go.
So yeah, just going back to that air dash thing then, since we have a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think that it's necessarily like a, you know, I guess I have to think about it a little bit because it's the kind of thing where when I think about air dashes, I think of them specifically, it's just a tool, you know, I don't think of it so much as like a movement thing. I think of it more as like a tool. Granted, it is a movement tool a lot of the time, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a mix-up tool, like when you do a late air dash. It really depends on the character. Sometimes you're using it as a gap closer. Sometimes you're using it to space out. So, again, that's why my instinct, my first answer was kind of intentionality. You know, I think a lot of newer players, they're just moving around and they're still getting used to their character, they're still getting used to the game, so they're just moving around. They don't really have an idea of why they might be moving in a certain way. Whereas, you know, a more experienced player is going to be air dashing with a very specific reason. Like, I'm air dashing here because I think Venom is going to do far slash, or I'm air dashing here because, you know, I think Potemkin's going to slide head, something like that. So,
give me 1 second here. My
yeah, if you guys have any other questions, try to answer some quick ones while we're waiting. 6H really feels like the Falcon Punch of Guilty Gear. It basically is. It basically is.
Not wrong. You know, a problem, chat, that I wasn't expecting is I've remapped my buttons to work on pad, and now to work on my hitbox.
I just lost the stream.
Yeah, hold up. I just had to close the game because unfortunately, all right, let me get my hitbox to do this for real.
Oh, gotcha. Azure, to answer your question, yes, I would advise just rule of thumb, you know, maybe there's some character specific stuff that we could talk about, but just in general, the recommended answer if you think you're going to get thrown is to jump. The other recommended answer would be to try to throw, and a lot of time you will throw them instead. But I think if you want to try to throw defensively, you need to recognize that it is the riskier option. It is higher reward because sometimes you throw them, often you will throw them, but it is also the riskier option because if people put it this way, if I'm trying to bait your tech, right? If I'm trying to fake the fact that I'm going in for a throw, I'm generally doing some kind of frame trap. And so if you try to throw me as your answer to that, you're going to get counter hit and you're going to explode because I'm probably doing something specifically that is going to explode you on counter hit. Whereas if you jump, it is much less reward. It's not zero reward because you're getting yourself out of a bad situation. There's value in that. But it is much lower reward than you getting a throw and getting damage and or a knockdown and, you know, whatever benefits your character gets from a throw, Oki, a mix-up, whatever.
Yeah.
So those are the two answers, and really it's just a matter of, do you want to take a risk or do you not want to take a risk? Jumping and FDing is, again, it's not zero reward, but it's low reward, but it's also extremely low risk. There's very little risk. Again, you can get your jump baited. They can time something right to hit your pre-jump, or they can catch you with a low in the middle of a string if you're holding up in a string. But in general, the risk is much lower than if you actually hit H and try to throw.
For sure. And I'm super sorry that took a while, everybody. So my controllers are bound for hitbox, and I was trying to use my pad because I was trying to be lazy and not plug it in, and I was like, I do not know what any of the buttons are on this thing anymore.
No worries. All right, nice little punish there. Ooh, too soon on the potbuster. Hadn't left the throw recovery yet.
Forward hammerfall again. Fantastic backdash on the 6K.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, it's like, you know, fantastic.
Okay,
You know,
how about
it's like you know, it's like this is like the natural, you know, the natural state of the Potemkin player. You know, they're constantly in a state of backdash. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, okay.
But it was a good backdash. It was a good backdash.
How about this? I just mean it worked.
Yes. Oh wow. Actually, maybe trying to feint the Judge Gauntlet got hit. Ooh. Okay. Gonna try to maybe talk about some general pot things since this is a pot mirror match. So, interesting situation there we can look at in training mode after, but it's a really common thing for burst to whiff through 2S, and it's important to develop the reaction, the instinct as the Potemkin player, that when they burst through your 2S, that you hit 2S again. That's the general, you know, kind of universal way to punish burst in that spot.
Yeah, and did you see how he's 6H from all the way downtown behind the mirror? And because he had a feeling he was going to try to back off, and he caught the backdash. That's how Pot chases backdashes.
Yeah, 6H, that's a great point. 6H is a fantastic tool for stopping people from backdashing. Again, it's like the anti-squirm tool. So for a character like Potemkin, you need stuff like that. Any character that really wants to be pressuring you needs to know what their anti-squirm tool is.
Oh, interesting. And now life is pretty evened up. Yeah, that was a little bit too high up to punish. Caught in the toes. 5S. Okay, Bazooka's on the board.
Taking some notes here.
These pots don't backdash enough? I feel like they've been backdashing quite a bit.
Yeah, whoa. Whoa.
I'm gonna say fantastic backdash every time a pot backdash works for the rest of my life. It is funny though.
Can you believe the mental fortitude to input a backdash in this situation? Can you believe it?
Unbelievable, everybody. But it is interesting that you said that like it's really good for catching people who are squirmy. And it's funny how Pot is kind of squirmy, like just in his ability to just kind of like be right in your face, but also invincible. Like,
yeah,
he definitely fits the bill.
Wow, that was far. He extended his hurt box into that. I love what we're seeing right now from Victor.
Ooh, the Gatling beating the armor.
That the forward Mega Fists have stopped, right?
You love to see it. He is rejecting the darkness heavenly in it. Oh!
Wow, what an answer. What an answer.
BazookaBadger's making him regret. Go for Aegis Reflector. 6-8. Yeah, ow.
Nice. Simple combo.
Romantic.
Yeah, so we're seeing some good, you know, pot mirror match specific stuff here, like the 2H after the heavenly, stuff like that. Good, you know, matchup stuff. Nice punish.
We Slayer players like the compliment backdashes. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Judge Gauntlet.
Nice. Keeping it simple. See, again, it's just such a step up already from the OTGs to just do something simple like that. Just, you know, instead of OTGing them, you can't get over there in time, just meaty 6H into slide head. It's not going to work that often, but it's better than OTGing them.
Yeah, for sure.
The damage from the OTG is so insignificant. And the thing is, once you start doing stuff like meaty 6H, there are layers you could put on top of that to make it more effective. You can do 6H FRC, or, you know, there's just all sorts of stuff. You can do 6H Hammerfall Break instead of 6H Slide Head. There's just all sorts of stuff you can do that are going to be better than the negligible damage that you get from the OTG and losing your OP, your knockdown.
Also, that last round end in a hammerfall, and then he RC'd it and got the extension. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Jump in. Oh, yeah.
And you know what feels bad? Sorry. You know what feels bad? Writing a note for one of them, and then they already fixed the problem, so it's not applicable, actually.
We can call it out, though, and say that's sick. What was it?
I was just going to note that Bazooka, there were some spots where they were jumping in, and then when they landed, they were doing 2P, and I was going to recommend they do a low. Because there were even some spots where Victor was stand blocking, where if they had done a low, it would have hit. But since I wrote it down, they've done a low every time, so I think it was maybe just instinct. Maybe they wanted a faster button or something. I'm not sure if that's even true, that 2P is faster, but...
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he's behind it.
He's gone. He's gone.
And, oh, man, the life is so even. Aegis! Oh, he's so far!
too far. Go
he go first. Oh my god, he thought it was gonna hit.
Oh, they're flailing. The Mega Fists are coming out. When you only need one hit, that's when the Mega Fists really come out.
My man,
that's kind of when they should come out. Oh boy. Oh, the OTG.
Oh, it was enough with the gun.
I didn't think he was getting close enough.
He must have literally had 1 health. Like, I think that did 1 damage.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
You know, once a pot does TKJD, things are getting a little scrambly.
Yeah, exactly. So, and actually, you just gave me an idea of one other thing I can show. Because yeah, I mean that match was good. Like I said, they both showed some pretty cool, you know, Potemkin versus Potemkin specific stuff. So let me just show a couple of quick things. I'm just gonna try to show some general Potemkin things since there wasn't really anything besides that low thing that I was talking about. So Bazooka, I don't know. I'm assuming you weren't listening during the match, but again, I noticed something early on that then I noticed you didn't do any more. So I think it's, you know, I think you're fine. But just so you're aware, there were a couple times when you, let me send them up.
Bazooka, real quick, Bazooka just said my head hurts.
yeah. There were a couple of spots where you did something like this and you landed and did 2P. I don't know if there's an advantage. I have to look at the frame data to see if it's like faster for some reason. But even if it's a frame faster or something, I would still recommend you basically always just want to do this. If you're gonna hit a button, obviously sometimes you want to do, you know, something like this or whatever. But if you're gonna hit a button, or even like if you're gonna hit a mid, I would rather hit close slash. Close slash is a really tricky button, by the way. Just talking about general Potemkin things. In the spots where you can get it, it's really good because it like ticks into Potemkin Buster. Let's get it here. But just by itself, it's a really fast, tricky tick into Potbuster. So yeah, so even something like this, I don't know, 2P is just like, it's a weird button. It just felt weird to me in that spot. It's probably okay, but I feel like you could do better either with close slash or 5K. Oh, it's even slower than 5K, even more reason. So that's one thing. The other thing, just for all the Potemkin players, you've probably seen this before, but just to point it out to you, something that you do want to practice. Let me see if I can somehow show this. Okay, see if I can time this burst well. So if you are doing a combo and they burst your 2S, let me think here. Maybe something like this. Burst. Okay, so maybe something like this. And they burst. You want to have the instinct to 2S again, basically, is the point I'm trying to make here. They burst, you want to 2S again. This came up in the match, you missed the burst punish. This is a really, the reason that I'm bringing this up, I know this is a very specific thing, but this comes up all the time. So just, you know, try to think about it while you're doing your combos. If they have burst, just try to keep this in mind so that you're mentally ready if it comes up, that you're ready to just hit 2S again. Because obviously you're going to be hitting other buttons, but your button won't come out. Because actually, I'm actually not showing this properly now that I'm thinking about it. Because it's the situation where your 2S whiffs through them. They're actually bursting the 2S here. But when your 2S whiffs, you're obviously hitting another button, usually like heat, or you're hitting 2H, and your button's just not going to come out because your 2S whiffs. So you want to be ready to hit 2S again and basically just back up a step in the combo and then go back to what you were doing. It comes up all the time. So
cool.
Yeah. Otherwise,
all right.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and it looks like we're ready to get into our next match, which is going to be our losers finals match. You know, the person who wins this gets a dubious honor of going on to fight Heartwad, our Justice beginner player who has done more FRCs per minute than some of the best players I've ever seen. But anyway, getting on into our next match here, losers finals, AzureBadger and Bazooka. Wait, sorry. AzureJose and BazookaBadger, not AzureBadger. My fault.
All right. So, this is a character rematch, right? But is this the Potemkin that Azure played before? No, right? It was Victor before, right?
I believe it was indeed Victor, aka Chuchurute, but I can double check.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is a rematch. Yeah,
this is a rematch.
Azure is the one who sent Bazooka down to the losers 2-0.
Okay. Wait, was that the match where you were like, oh no, it was a different Kai, right? When you were like, do you have any advice for the Kai because he was the one that lost? That was a different match, right?
That was a different match, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Also, Art Brawler, thanks for the big raid. Sorry if I haven't been calling out fouls and raids and stuff, everybody. Been a lot to take in. But focusing in here, looks like this is...
Ooh.
I just got him locked down in the corner.
That was nice awareness that the Hammerfall might whiff there, and actually dash back into whiff punish it. Okay, that's a knockdown, yeah. When the flick hits you in the air like that, it knocks you down. So it looks like Bazooka may be missing a couple of Hammerfall breaks there to close the distance, but that's okay. Nice. Good awareness of the ground bounce. Ooh, a little early on the slide head, but a good try. Nice. Yeah, I love it. I was gonna say, you get that sweep knockdown, jump over as your Oki so that you take the corner from them. Oh, is he going for the advance? No, okay. Wow, just 6K 3 times in a row? Is that how you're feeling?
Hell yeah, my man is popping off here in Losers Finals. He's had enough.
Okay, tick throw. Yeah, but Azure pulling out some cheeky stuff of his own.
FRC on it, extend the pressure, good blocks!
Yeah, great block. Okay, jump over again. No, doesn't go for the jump over that time. See, even he was a little further from the corner that time, but I still would have gone for the jump over to just take the corner from him. I think it's so important with the Temkin. You really don't want them to have all the screen behind them. Because then if they get away from you, this happens where they get to just run away for a while.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, came down with a button. Yeah, you got counter hit by the projectile. Unfortunate. Wow!
Nice Mega Fist.
Now I think Ryan would agree. Yeah, that is when you use it.
Yeah.
Heavenly's up.
Oof, didn't get punished.
Oh wow, the gauntlet and the 5S.
Nice.
Yeah.
The anti-squirm 5H. Equally useful compared to 6H for the same reason. The anti-squirm.
For sure, and like that bazooka. You know, taking one here in the revenge set. My man is angry. As a reminder, this is first to 3, everybody, because it is losers finals. This is for the right to go into grand, so one person's gonna have to win 3.
This is for the right to party, yeah.
Wow,
Ooh,
the right.
Round start Hammerfall.
Ooh, chicken block to 6K. Interesting. I wonder what the frame dead is on that.
Yeah. Clearly was not meaty. Uh-oh. Oh, no punish. Gets away with murder.
Bazooka in general is such like an airborne pot, it feels like.
Oh, nice little confirm there.
Too far away.
Scary. What a trade.
Did you see the active frames on that? He just stuck himself into it. Brutal.
Alright, nice. Pressure. Ooh. Okay.
Okay,
okay.
Yeah. Takes a Pikachu.
Nice. I like the double jump to avoid any kind of backdash shenanigans. Obviously, you want to be a little careful with that because if they don't backdash, they can just wake up and anti-air you.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a great 2K by Bazooka, recognizing the distance he was at, because I don't know if 5K would have reached. Oh, that was such a cheeky reset.
Oh, and the double.
God.
Man, everything was looking so good for Azure, and it turned around in a second. And that's Potemkin, right?
Yeah, that was basically
grab turns into 2, and you're dead.
Oh my god, and now Bazooka just needs to win one more, and his revenge is complete.
Yeah, so Azure just having a tough time. Had a couple of opportunities on offense, but really couldn't make anything out of them. Sometimes you're just on the wrong wavelength, you know? You like, for example, he did charge stun edge, and then he dashed up, and he was going to try to tick throw or try to do something. He did 2K and then delay, and you know you're just on the wrong wavelength. Like they get hit by the 2K, you missed your opportunity. You know, it's just like sometimes it just doesn't. What you try to do just doesn't line up, and you got to try to notice that kind of stuff and then realign yourself to the right wavelength. You know, so it's like, okay, well, I was kind of one layer too deep. He just got hit by the 2K for no reason. I just need to do a string so I can confirm it next time.
Yeah. For sure. Oh, man. And you can see right there. So, like, it's interesting how BazookaBadger is jumping around and doing those, like, JSs, right? He's kind of fishing, but he's, like, hitting fireballs a lot. And it may be easy to think, like, why is he doing that? And then you saw there the one trade he needed full screen just gave him Oki because the ground bounce is so long. It is, like, disproportionately in his favor to go for things like that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, but Azure... Oh... I don't love that he moved in.
Did he just armor through the North Star?
Yeah. Oh, the slide head under the fireball. That trade would have been perfect for Azure to close out the round, but now
he can't
still. Okay.
He had to go for the Yomi flick. I feel like he was so close to dead.
Wow. Early pot buster here.
That's how every pot wants to start the round.
Nice, the fake cross up. Didn't get anything substantial, but pretty cool. So I would say the one thing that I'm not loving, that was fantastic. That was a great air-to-air jump K. I love Kai's jump K in this game. It's a great air-to-air tool.
Yeah.
Nice confirm.
Yeah, that was great. Oh, damn.
Okay. First to stay alive, kind of had to. Oh, no punish! No punish! Maybe he thought he was going to FRC or something, but...
Yeah, I wonder. But does find a little poke in the toes there. Azure is on the board. Can he stop the momentum?
So what I was starting to say right before Azure got 2 great hits with the air-to-air jump K, and then another hit after that, was I don't love... Azure seems a little... and maybe this is, tournament nerves. I don't know. So we were talking about that a little bit before, but... I'd love to see a little more patience, just like going in a little bit quickly, a little bit, not really taking advantage of the fact that he can zone Potemkin. Like, it's not that you never want to go in, it's just that you don't want to be constantly going in, you want to be making him work. See, like here, like why? I mean, obviously he did a running jump K, right, fishing for the air-to-air like he got before, but is that really a risk that you need to take against Potemkin? You want to be a little more confident that that's going to hit if you're going to do it.
Yeah, it's hard, if some of you in the chat haven't fought a Potemkin, like on the level of, like, BazookaBadger, who's really aware of his defensive options, it's hard to put into words how terrifying this character is when he's blocking, and it's really, like, no matter how tight your Oki is sometimes, you can find one way to weasel out, it can be the whole round. That's gonna be... Oh my god!
Yeah, 6K is kind of eating Azure alive, and there's nothing wrong with that, and, that just takes... experience and practice to start to be able to block that. It's just unfortunate. Okay, catches the air-to-air.
Take experience to take the block in, and that's when you start getting hit by the point-blank slide heads instead, because they look exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly. Or the 6Hs.
Yeah. Wow,
okay, close slash. Great pickup. Great pickup.
Azure's working on a perfect here.
RC to make it safe. I like it. Nice. Confirm. Beautiful. Beautiful.
All right. If Bazooka wins this, that's it. But Azure, if he wins it, we're going into the last one. Wow, that backdash went straight through the fireball.
Yeah.
He was right there.
I mean, Azure definitely looks like he's waking up here. Nice air-to-air yet again. Oh, went for the pickup.
Wow, he still attempted to block. I think Bazooka just thought that would work.
He was so... surprised that he was able to block. He didn't even punish. That was just punishable.
Okay, 6-piece through. Hoping and praying. Toes, all right. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit of damage. Bazooka is down a ton of life.
He went for that combo before a couple games ago and missed it the same way. I don't know if that's possible on Potemkin. It might just be too heavy.
Interesting RC to keep it safe, but it did hit. There's the burst. Oh!
Floats above the Judge Gauntlet. Uh-oh. OTG.
Oh my god, the gold burst finds nothing. Bazooka's reaching desperately for
love that. I love that he backed up. That's exactly what I was talking about before. You have a life lead. You don't want to be playing this game by the corner. You don't need the corner anymore. You need a hit. You do not need the corner to get a hit. Back up, because the way you lose that game is you go in or you stay by that corner, he knocks you down, he jumps over, you're in the corner, you die before you even realize what happened. I love the backup, the jump D and then air dash back, just create space, slow down the pace of the match, just fish for some stray hit, that's all you need. I love it. That was great strategy for closing out the match. I love it.
Yeah, phenomenal. And I was just gonna say that too, because like you saw it towards the end there, how Bazooka, like he was trying to flick the projectiles, he was trying to be scrambly, but like Potemkin being scrambly from full screen is a whole different beast than him being full screen, scrambly from like mid screen, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So just like that, it's 2-2, right?
Yeah, it's 2-2 now, and you know, Azure has a lot of momentum on him right now. Bazooka just hasn't gotten the hits, and as soon as I say that, there it is. Force the burst early. He can. I think that was supposed to be a pot buster if I had to guess. He just accidentally did it. I feel like that's like one of the first things you learn in pot school is like you could probably pot buster Green Sever.
Uh-oh. Oh, nice sweep. Oh, nice. Backwards Mega Fist as the counter poke.
Yeah, back Mega Fist is great in the corner because it doesn't move you very far backwards, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, there's a bot.
Chance, big chance. Safe jump? A little too early. Yeah, that was not going to be meaty. He jumped too quick.
6
the anti-squirm! The anti-squirm! I told you.
Sit.
No squirming. This is a no squirming zone. You got to block.
My man's got a bazooka in one hand and a badger in the other. Let's see if AzureJose can try to take this round and move it into the last one.
Okay, chases him down with the hammer fall. 6K is he going to do again.
6K?
Oh, kick throw.
Blocking call on the toes, and again.
Anti-squirm. Anti-squirm caught him not blocking low. I'm telling you, this is an anti-squirm zone.
Yeah, it's the theme of the tournament. Squirmer. Oh my god, that was so far away. I thought that was going to drop.
Yeah.
I can't believe that worked.
Well, that was also tricky. I wasn't sure which side that was on, actually. Oh my god. He almost exploded.
Wow,
Okay,
dead angle
like
from
dead
Bazooka.
angle.
He's the pressure. I don't know if that's supposed to be an air throw. The trade combos!
Okay. Oh!
Maybe try to throw
try to pick him up. That's he delayed the cancel a little bit too much. On Potemkin, he's so heavy, you don't have time for that.
And just
right,
like
last round, this is great.
Last round, last game, BazookaBadger, AzureJose, sorry. Alright, start with the green.
So Bazooka does have the burst advantage. Nice 6P. 6K again. No, he goes low and he actually got him. He was standing.
Alright, the rare DP from Azure. Oh! The backdash like kept him there, trying to go for the tricky stuff. Aegis, he's supposed to stun!
Wow, that was so far. He's almost dead.
Oh,
the meaty.
That's gonna be it. Oh my god, that all ended so fast.
Yeah, that was an amazing match. That was a great match.
That was insane. That was, oh my god. Whew. I saw you taking a lot of notes there, Ryan. You got stuff to say?
I do. So let's look at a couple things before we jump into grand finals. I won't take too long here. First of all, fantastic match from both players, down to the wire. The adaptation from Azure was great. So here's what I'll say. First of all, I think this is a good opportunity just to talk at a higher level about just a general fighting game concept of you want to be fighting in your optimal range, okay? And the way I'm going to reel this back in and anchor it to the match we just saw is something that I think Azure needs to be aware of, because I'm not sure that they realize how much they're doing it. We saw, and I pointed out a bunch of times, this thing, what is this? This, what is going on here with this, from this distance, this running jump K. So what's happening here is from this kind of range, Kai has this kind of strategy that he can employ where he can do a running jump K, and if you jump in the air, he's basically going to beat almost anything you do. This is a really good air-to-air button. You can see how far out his kick is extended. And basically you can do, it's technically an option select, it's called a buffer. You can basically hit jump K and then hit another button, and if he doesn't make contact, no harm, no foul, the jump K recovers and you do whatever you want. But if you do run into this, if you jump for some reason, you get hit by this, then the second button comes out and that gives you enough time to confirm, and you're very happy, you get a combo. The reason that this is interesting is because what he was doing is this. So you can afford to whiff this, and then on the way down, he recovers fast enough that you get to do a jump in. So it kind of seems like the best of both worlds, right? If they jump, I'm going to air-to-air them, and if they don't jump, I get a jump in, right? you got to be very careful with this because this is definitely not foolproof, and this is kind of on Bazooka for not taking advantage of this. This should have been a lot of 6Ps. You know, you're basically committing to this jump arc. I think what I would have liked to see more is actually more stuff like this, is more jump K and then air dash back when you don't make contact. But committing to this, very risky. You know, you eat a couple of 6Ps, you could lose rounds off of one 6P against Potemkin. So just something to be very careful of. This is a good, well-rounded kind of strategy, but I think you got to mix in, you know, air dashing back sometimes and not fully committing to doing it. And so now going back to what I was saying is about fighting in your optimal range. My guess is just a guess. The reason you're probably defaulting to this a lot is because you're finding yourself at this range a lot, and you know you're doing some of this, and you know it's Potemkin. You can't do this too much because he's got flick, and it's like, you know, what do you really do out here? So you're doing this, and you're close to the distance. What I would recommend thinking about, trying to use some of your mental energy on, is thinking about where you want to be on screen and then trying to put yourself there. So in this matchup, I think Kai wants to be about here, right? He wants to be just at the end of far slash range. We talked a little bit about this. This stops hammerfall, so you don't have to worry about hammerfall going through. And then this becomes better because, you know, yes, he can flick this, but you're not going to do it every time, so he can't guess flick. He's got to try to react, not that he's a react to. So this is kind of like your optimal range. It's kind of where you want to fight. So the problem is when you're here, if your mind goes to how do I attack him from here, your mind might go to something like this, right? It's kind of like going from point A to point B as fast as possible. But what I'm going to recommend to you is you think about instead, regardless of whether you're here or whether you're here, think about in the matchup, where do I want to be? And then just concentrate on getting into that range. So you're here, you want to be in your optimal range. There's nothing wrong with this. Just dash up and block and just get into that range. And you will immediately improve your effectiveness in the matchup. Does that make sense? You'll be able to use your better tools in a spot where they are weaker, you know, where you have the advantage. And, you know, in this case, this might be that spot. In some cases, there are multiple ranges. Maybe you want to be either full screen, you know, for some characters, you want to be absolutely full screen, or you want to be in their face, like Venom is a good example. I'm happy if I'm all the way full screen, or I'm happy if I'm in your face pressuring you. I'm also, you know, maybe happy here in some matchups, or, you know, maybe even here in some matchups. It, you know, it depends on the matchup. But, yeah, Azure, you didn't know this was a Gatling? This is a great Gatling because you can hit confirm this into Sundipper. This is a really good Gatling. It depends on the range, crouching, you know, sometimes you counter hit something. But, yeah, I think it was more consistent in Eckert, but there you go. So yeah, so that's just something I would think about. The other thing, you did it at the very end. Maybe I missed it because I didn't start paying attention to it till the end. So maybe you disregard what I'm about to say. But again, cover your ears a little bit. You know, I don't want to turn you towards the dark arc, but I think you need to DP a little more, especially against Potemkin. You need to make him respect your DP a little bit. You were letting him just do whatever he wanted. Obviously, you were having a hard time blocking 6K. I don't hold that against you. I get hit by 6K all the time, hard boot to block. But, you know, you have a DP. You got to make him fear it. You don't want to do it every time, but you want to do it enough that he has to take it into account. Yeah, that's all I'll say. And then for Bazooka, I mean, we're gonna see you again in a minute, so I won't go too deep, and I know we're waiting here. But just Kai specifically, you might want to practice your flicks. I think this is just a general thing that I tell a lot of pots. It's really important in these kind of matchups where they are using a projectile to try to zone you. It's really important that your flicks are on point, because not only does it neutralize it, it actually makes it bad for them. It makes it actively bad for them. If you can flick, you know, obviously when they're pressuring you, it's different. But from full screen, if they're trying to zone you with projectiles, those should be layup flicks, and you should be happy that they're doing it. It's like an opportunity for you to really either get a knockdown or you know, something like that. And one other thing I want to touch on, it was something I thought of before in one of the earlier pot matches, just an idea of what to do after flick. Some common stuff, if you're kind of closer and you think they're going to jump, a really common thing is if they block it in the air, you can just unblockable them. This is just going to be unblockable if they're blocking the flick projectile in the air. The other common thing is they block the flick projectile on the ground, you get an unblockable slide head. They're stuck in block stun, they cannot jump because they're in block stun from the flick. So I would be looking for those two things depending on how close you are and whether you think they're going to be in the air or not. Those are two really good options once you get the flick projectile out to try to take advantage of the flick projectile. Obviously, just moving forward with it is very good, but sometimes you can get more if you're already closer when you get the flick. So just something to be aware of.
Yeah, that was awesome. Some good breakdown, Ryan. Now, in the Bones corner, let me do what I want to do here, which is let me put on some scene dressing for y'all while we're going to this grand finals, right? So I was just reviewing the bracket while Ryan was doing that little analysis. And 2 people have taken a round off of Justice this whole tournament, or off of Heartwad this whole tournament.
A round or a game?
So, sorry, a game. They've taken a game off of them. Only 2 people this whole bracket. Both of them were Potemkin players. And Bazooka knocked out, if y'all remember, XXCheapDeathXX player earlier in this bracket. So there is definitely potentially some mathematical odds here that potentially could really be in our Potemkin main characters here, court here, Bazooka. So we'll have to see what Heartwad thinks of this matchup, see how they play it out. But I definitely don't think that our man is out yet just because it's a grappler versus a zoner. I think Pot can do a lot in this matchup, so we'll see.
It's so weird. Last I was gonna say last week, but it was 2 weeks ago. Last tournament, we got into the end of the bracket, and it was just souls and order souls as far as the eye could see. Now this time it's like a billion Potemkins, a bunch of Justices. It's like, what is happening?
I mean, Guilty Gear's sick, dude. There's a lot of characters, and they're really cool. So we're going to go ahead and get in here whenever we can. And everybody in the chat, I'm going to ask you. This is the last ask I have for you for the whole night. I'm going to ask you to make some noise for Grand Finals as we're going into this. Our last match of the night is going to be BazookaBadger versus Heartwad. BazookaBadger going with Potemkin, Heartwad going with Justice. As a reminder.
Heartwad clarified in chat, by the way, that one of the games they lost was against Eddie. They played Eddie as well as Justice.
Okay, so Choo-Choo is the one lone person who's taking a game off his Justice as Potemkin. You know, I'll still say my point stands. All right.
Venom.
Going with Venom? All right. Ryan's smiling.
Yeah. So I part of me wonders, the first thing I think of when I see this, and when I say this, I mean, we saw Heartwad obviously playing Justice, and they switched to Venom here. My first thought is that they probably think that this is a really good matchup for Venom, and like I was saying before, I think this matchup is perfectly reasonable for Potemkin. So if the thought here was to switch into a better matchup, granted, I'm definitely not an expert in Justice versus Potemkin. I know very little about that matchup, if anything at all. But I would imagine it's probably better than Venom. So, for Heartwad. So it'd be interesting to see how it plays out. Ooh, the 5G.
A little bit too far away for the FB match. Wow, that Gatling just did a lot of damage.
I mean, part of the problem here is if he gets knocked down like he just did, Venom really has a hard time getting away from Potemkin, obviously. His backdash doesn't go that far. Obviously, he has 0 reversals, actual 0. So it can be pretty scary to get knocked down. Wow.
Definitely got stuffed by the ball. Try to slide head over the ball there, it looked like. But... Ooh, the cursed option.
Wow. So was that Mega Fist going over the ball there? It was, right? A really good use of Mega Fist to go over the projectiles. We saw that against in the Kai matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I know you've dissuaded people from saying it, Ryan, but once you think you're of the Constitution, never a bad time to open up the old tome and use the Dark Arts to your advantage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. See, for Venom, the Dark Arts is H Mad Struggle. That's the Dark Art for Venom. It's just YOLO H Mad Struggle from the heavens. It'll sweep just out of range. Wow. So I'm half expecting we're about to see a character switch, because it looks like Heartwad is definitely having a hard time.
You just jump up and IB the JP and throw him.
Yeah. My guess there is they were just going for the air throw Sometimes like you hit throw a couple of times, and for exactly that reason, because sometimes you wind up getting you wind up blocking something before you get the throw, but you IB it and then you get so.
And Heartwad is indeed going with Justice, locking in.
Okay. So some good matchup discussion is already going on about this matchup that we'll have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Which is that technically the nukes are flickable, but in reality, you'd really never get to, because Justice can just detonate them in your face before you get the chance to flick them, at which point they become not flickable. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm assuming we're going to see that quite a bit.
And I think it's something that's important to keep in mind here is there's like the full screen footsies dance going on, because you saw their Heartwad shot that nuke and then immediately jumped. And it was kind of like a bait for if Bazooka was going to slide head.
Like that right there, exactly.
Ooh, just a little bit outrange.
Okay, party starter. 6P makes the burst whiff, but didn't recover in time to get anything off of it. But still, even though there was a little bit of a punish there for Heartwad on the 6P whiffing, still a small silver lining there that Bazooka completely drained Heartwad's burst meter. It's completely empty now. So in this game, well, in all Guilty Gears, as far as I know, when you burst, if your burst hits, you get about 20% of it back. It's basically the B in the word burst. Whereas if your burst whiffs, it is completely drained. And then for a gold burst, you just always get the 20% back. So
yeah, so it's really important that if it whiffs, it is very noticeably long, how much longer it takes for your burst to come back than if it did hit a little bit. You can see now Heartwad is just at the point where, like, that's where he'd be about if it actually hit.
Yeah. Speaking of long, can we talk about that round length for a second?
That was a slug. Or not slug.
You guys might want to get comfortable. There's going to be a long range final.
You know what, everybody? I've been doing my standing desk thing all day. We're about to lower this boy. We're getting cozy.
Nice. Just let the hammer fall rip. I like it. Ooh, missed the break there though. Okay, caught him Susan with the Mega Fist. Nice. Ooh, a little too far. Okay, some nuke pressure.
Good snipe there, kept him in the corner, but now, gets out. Man, that's like the dizzy mix-up you were talking about earlier. That's genuinely hard to block. When there's a nuke on you and Justice is just slowly jumping over your head, it's like, what do I do?
Yeah.
Whoa! Great conversion. Now has him in the corner. Bazooka's got a chance.
Okay.
That was actually a really
Oh
my god!
Okay.
The
classic.
Tekken special. Good blocks!
Block.
Oh my god, he's swinging!
OTG? Not enough? How is that not enough? I'm actually shocked. I thought that was going to be more than enough.
I for sure thought Bazooka would just be cranking heavenly. I'm so surprised he wasn't just ready at the end there.
Alright, so round 3. This is definitely going to be a long set.
Yeah, for sure. This
Nice
is a grind
squirm check. No squirming here. Good.
He got under it, but kind of made it worse for himself, because then it was just like a meaty projectile.
Nice backdash. Good block on the 6K.
And then Heartwad also back. Justice also having a very good backdash for getting out of stuff like that.
Again blocks the 6K.
Oh, armored through, but got blasted full screen. If I was Bazooka, I'd be upset.
Oh my god! Excuse me?
Oh my goodness gracious, that's going in the reel.
That was ridiculous. There's no way he did not anticipate that, I don't think. I think he was just trying to get over the nuke, but man, what a good timing.
But despite that, Bazooka, he tried his best to flick it. Okay! Oh, wait, was that actually?
Huge chance. Oh, can he just kill?
No! Drop! Oh, the ad.
Oh, no. I think he had it, right?
I think he did too.
RC 6H into Heavenly? Oh my god, what a heartbreaker.
So unfortunate. Just managed to... I mean, comboing Justice is weird. I mean, like, I feel like I can say that for everyone in this cast, and I don't know what it's like to combo his pop, but I don't hold it against him for dropping that whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Tigress, I think you are right on. I think it was just a little late on the 6H, unfortunately. So yeah, that is a heartbreaker.
Heartwad said it does. Thanks, Heartwad.
All right, full screen.
Okay, hammer falling in. Wow, he still had time to block that. I feel like it's
Small punish though. It's not that bad. Looking for slide head. Yeah, just walk forward. Yeah. So one thing that maybe a lot of people that are watching this don't know, characters build meter at different rates in this game, and because Potemkin does not have a dash, he is kind of compensated by having an above average. It's called a tension pulse. And you can raise your tension pulse. It's the rate that you gain meter, and it actually fluctuates throughout the match for every character. Oh, nice! He used the far slash tech to get rid of the nukes. But yeah, doing things like I-being is really the main one. It raises your tension pulse, and so if Potemkin blocks a little bit and then just starts walking forward, if you pay attention to his meter, you'll probably be shocked at how quickly he builds meter just walking forward. So
yeah,
something to keep an eye on, and as a Potemkin player, if you play Potemkin, something that you want to be aware of, because sometimes the best thing you can do is just start walking forward and just build a ridiculous amount of meter. If they're not contesting you and they're not stopping you from walking forward, it's really strong.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're looking for a visual indicator of tension pulse, it's literally just how fast their tension gauge is like pulsing. So if you look at their gauges, you'll often see Justice's is kind of slower and Potts is just cracked. It's just like pulsing so fast.
Yeah, so someone in chat is asking what is IB. It's an instant block. It means basically you block at the last second, your character flashes white, and you get reduced block stun and reduced pushback.
Huge chance here for Badger, but doesn't get the falling down mix up. Oh!
Oof.
No from the top ropes this time, unfortunately, just gets a dash and schmicks.
So that's what, 2-1? Heartwad on tournament point here?
2-1. Heartwad is indeed on tournament point. Can BazookaBadger come back? Can he run it all the way down? Who knows? And you saw there Heartwad just holding up back, jumping back into the corner. Could have potentially put himself into a bad spot with Bazooka trying to approach, but like, in some way, Justice doesn't really have to be scared of Slidehead, so it's not like a completely weird play, right? It's like, that's like the one threat for her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would say that's probably the main threat. Absolutely. Yeah. Nice air to air. Ooh, yeah. Put himself in a bad spot there with jumping into that nuke, I think.
You saw Bazooka try to do jump up P there, but I don't think that a button of that caliber is gonna go up very well against Justice's air buttons.
It's a great little sequence there from Bazooka. Again, the anti-squirm, the meaty 5H. Good block.
RC's
nice.
It.
Good punish.
Yeah, Heartwad is actually doing a fantastic job on defense at mixing up whether or not they're gonna go for a backdash in the middle of a string, or they're just gonna stand there, or they're gonna jump. Like they're keeping it so cycled that Bazooka just can't get anything started.
Yeah, and that's a great thing to point out. It's important against a character like Potemkin. You have to utilize all of your options, and you gotta kind of cycle between them to some degree. You gotta represent all the options and then mix them up so that you're not just letting him, anticipate what you're going to do easily and then do some kind of oki or pressure that's going to be always good against you. You want him to have to take into account all of your options at some point.
And we are potentially trying to slash back that. And we are potentially in the last round here.
See you next week in the open bracket,
We got an A.B.A player there who, might be a bad matchup, but good luck. Just kidding. Anyway,
nice
hey, pot buster. Okay. You look at Venom.
Oh, missed the jump. Oh no. Oh.
You look at BazookaBadger's health. This is all he's got left, basically, for this whole tournament. Can he make it count?
Ooh, tough spot. Missed the flick. That's rough.
And he misses the flick, and just like that, Heartwad is gonna take it here. 3-1 over Badger, but Badger definitely fighting back. Definitely a great showing from everybody in the tournament. They were all, for sure, GG's, everybody. I hope everyone had a good time watching. Ryan, is there anything that you wanted to say here towards the end?
Not really. Just, it was a great set. Obviously, we saw both those players a couple times, so nothing really new out of those, games that I could point out for either of them. Also, very you know, specific matchup, so it's a little bit weird, but just good stuff to everybody. You know, really glad that everybody you know, is enjoying this, and people are enjoying entering the tournament. People are enjoying watching. Glad people are getting something out of it, and just really good stuff to everybody. I'm impressed by some of the level of play yet again. I'm sure at some point it will become more. I'll be more prepared for, you know, seeing some higher level stuff, because obviously at the beginning of the tournament we're seeing, you know, players that are really just, you know, one foot in the water, you know. So, but yeah, just really good stuff from everybody. And whether you are completely new or, you know, you have a little more experience, you're welcome here. We'll just kick you out at the end if you're a little too good. You know, no big deal. So,
yeah, and I think we'll post the official verdict afterwards, but I think we're going to go off the same thing we did last time, which is plan is everyone in top 8, get the hell out of here. I think that you all proved that you are definitely, by our judgments, not beginners. You're officially, you're too good. So I think you should get on out and enter the open bracket, which is going to be next weekend. Or, sorry, next week, same time, Tuesday. So if you're looking to play some GG, do it there. I promise you're in that league. Like, you're gonna be fighting great against these people.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Can you get a graduation ceremony? Give me 2 seconds here to close out. We'll do a little thing. But I'm just waiting for Trin to grab me something. There it is. Okay, so, Brian, I'm just going to talk boring logistics things for the next beginners tournament. So
I was actually going to wait and mention something about that also, just real quick. If we talked about this at the top, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that tuned in since then. I started last week. This last weekend, I'm doing match reviews on my stream, and it's especially relevant right now from this tournament, because if you entered this tournament and you did not make it on stream, and you are a little sad that you're not getting any, you know, you were hoping for some feedback, some direction. If you entered this tournament, you can submit the matches to me. There's a form. If you go into my Twitch chat and you do, exclamation, just do exclamation commands and find it. It's exclamation replay submissions or review submissions or something. But there's a form, and one of the options in the form is to specify that you entered one of the beginner tournaments. And you can submit the matches to me. I will be reviewing them once a week, either Friday or Saturday. And then if you're not available when I do it, because sometimes this last time I did it at like midnight. So if you can't make the review stream, I will DM you with the timestamp of your spot on the VOD, and then you can watch my review and get some feedback that way. If you didn't enter the tournament and you're still interested in that kind of thing, you can redeem channel points in my channel, and you can submit that way as well. But again, if you entered one of these tournaments and you did not get on stream, you can bypass the channel point redemption, just submit the matches. So,
cool. Then Ryan, you're welcome to duck out here if you'd like, just because I'm gonna be talking boring logistical stuff and just kind of closing out the stream. So, any final words from you?
No, just thanks again for having me. This has been great. Looking forward to doing more. And yeah, again, I hope you guys learned something. I learned stuff, and yeah, thanks to Trin again for being a beast with the bracket, and thanks to you for hosting.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. All right, you have a good night, Ryan. I know you and I are both working men, and I gotta get to bed soon because my back hurts. It's a whole side. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll catch you later, Ryan. All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
Bye.
If I kill my thing, is it gonna blow up your stream?
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
That guy is. Bye.
Romantic.
Bam. All right. It's gonna be just me, chat, as we close out here. Cool. So, couple of logistical things. A lot of you here probably were watching and were not in the tournament, right? You wish you were, if you were a beginner. Great news. You want to know when the bracket opens up for the next one? Right the frick now. I'm posting it in chat. If you watch the whole thing, you get first priority. You can sign up there. There's already a couple people in there who have priority for XYZ reasons. But sign up. Again, if you were in top 8 this tournament or the last beginner tournament, not allowed. So get on in there. And then we're going to be running that in 2 weeks. Okay. We're not going to be doing any sort of Google form waitlist this time because that sucks to manage. We're just going to be using Challenge's waitlist. Geb, you may not join. Thanks for asking. If you have to ask in the chat and I recognize your name, may I join? The answer is probably no. Not already full. You're lying. There's only 22 people in it. Wow, holy shit, there was 4. People are getting in here. If you have already played in this one, I'll ask you, I may ask you to duck out of the bracket if we have a lot of demand. Just because there are a lot of people who want to play. So don't be offended if I ask you to duck out. I already see a lot of people in here who played already, and I super appreciate your enthusiasm. But no, you can join Star Platinum. You're good. But I may ask you to leave. Okay. What else? Graduation ceremony. Okay, let's do that. I got an idea. All right, everybody. Do me a favor. If you're a sub, I need you... Again, if I want you to leave, I'll tell you. So don't worry. Everybody, I need you to ready some sort of emote that you think is appropriate for graduation, okay? Let's get going. Everyone start your spam now! Everybody, thank you so much for playing in this here wonderful Ryan and Solid Bones stream some Guilty Gear. I don't know what we're officially calling these. The Beginner Weeb Cups. Everybody who plays top 8, congratulations. You are now graduating summa cum laude. And by that, I mean you're banned. If you were in top 8, I'm proud to announce to you and hand you this big pink slip to tell you to get the hell out. You're too good. But thank you very much for everybody for playing. If you're looking to play some more Guilty Gear, if you just had fun in the tournament, enter our open tournament. That's next week. Ryan doesn't commentate that one, but I do. So if you don't hate the sound of my voice, then you'll be in a good place. I do, and I'll usually grab a guest commentator to be there with me anyway. But that'll be a lot more fun and less educational focus. Frankly, the unrestricted one, so expect us to be hooting and hollering. Should be fun. If you liked watching this, I'd also encourage you to watch that one. Should be a great time. Link for open tournament. It's not made yet, so keep an eye out. Shren should be making it in the next couple days. I'll post it in the tournament chat, okay? Sick. So happy graduation to everybody who got banned. You know, I wish you a happy banning, and I wish you the best in life. All that being said, we're gonna go ahead and play our outro here. If you're new here, the way this works is I'm gonna play the outro, and you are going to tag yourself. You're gonna say in the chat, when you appear on screen, when you see the character that you identify the most with, you're gonna say, that's me. And then we're all gonna be like, hell yeah, brother, okay? Oh yeah, and then I'll drop the raid to Sajam. We'll do it full circle. That sounds good. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching. Remember, in the good times and the bads and the BGs and the GGs, we always have Uno. All right, I'm gonna chuck y'all back to Sajam. This is how this works now. We are stuck in a cycle of rating and re-rating. So I gotta throw you back to Sajam. Thanks so much for watching. The VOD should be up sometime tonight. I'm gonna set it to upload right now. So y'all have a good one, okay? Adios.